Hey folks, how's it going? Hello, hello, hello. Folks, I'm having issues with the relay of the games. That's sorry for the delay, but the games aren't showing up for me on the events tab. So we're just gonna have to relay things manually. So not to worry, we're still gonna look at the Hans Fabi game. And hopefully the relay gets fixed. Yeah, the right question is, can we use Chess24? That would be funny. It still feels weird. Not gonna lie. Of course, the channel is partnered with Chess.com, so we're not allowed to use other sites, as some of you guys know. But yeah, let's put the moves in. So Hans Fabi, I can tell you guys, it's not the most exciting game, but it is interesting because Fabiano has called this the 2022 Disrespect Championships, which is a very funny title. But that is what this is turning into, essentially. And Fabi, he's been analyzing a lot of Hans's games, on the YouTube. And I'm sure Hans has seen those analyses. So this is the game. Queen c2 Nimzo from Hans. Same thing that Shanky played against him yesterday. Fabi goes for the same thing, d5, bishop g5. Yesterday, Shanklin played knight f3 against Hans, and they had this, which is very solid. But here, Hans goes bishop g5, h6. He takes, queen takes, knight f3. Then we had d takes c4, queen takes c4, knight c6. And Hans goes queen c3. All this being played relatively quickly, and Fabi now going rook e8. Also played fast. So this is the live position with the 30-minute delay. Yeah, moves brought to you by Chess24. Exactly. Yeah, I love Fabi's new podcast. His jump into social media. It's great. Something's happened where he's been awakened these last few weeks. Now he's just like speaking his mind. Fantastic, fantastic. Love to see it. Absolutely love to see it. So this is the Fabi game. I'm also happy to look at other games if you guys are interested. For instance, Wesley So against Shanklin, I'll definitely want to take a look at. Actually, let's put the So game in as well. Let me make a new analysis board for that. Okay, so this is the Wesley So game. Wesley So also dropped some bombs yesterday. He was like, Hans is the most disrespectful player in all of chess. I mean, yeah, it takes a lot. I mean, a lot of people make this point, but they're absolutely right. It takes a lot to get Wesley So of all people to say something. Yeah. Negative about you. So, knight Orf, bishop e2, e5, knight b3, bishop e7, castles, castles, bishop e3, bishop e6. It's a very normal knight Orf here. Rook e1, knight bd7, a4, queen c7, a5. Typical space grab here from white. Rook fc8, bishop f3. And now this is the live position. Wesley's already been thinking a little bit, but feels like he's very much in his book still. Wasn't Wesley being sarcastic? No, I don't think so. I think he was pretty genuine, because he was referring to Hans like calling everyone idiots and stuff, like in the interview, which Hans has done. I mean, I don't know. Yeah, just even before the Sinkfield Cup, Hans definitely hasn't had the most respectful interviews. I don't think that's crazy to say. That's just part of the fun. Yeah, I'm not even sure Hans would disagree. I think that's part of the. I think that's part of his charm. Yeah. So, by the way, guys, if you're new to this channel, this is a no eval bar zone. So we believe that the eval bar just kind of actually taints your perception of the position. And personally, I think the eval bar is the worst thing ever, because it just like it bounces up and down, and then people stop looking at the board. They just look at the eval bar, which is just crazy. Like, I'd rather just have the commentators using the engine or whatever, saying engine evals at some point. But yeah, just seeing that constant eval bar go up and down, it's just like, I mean, it's good. It's good if it's just like purely a spectator thing, but for like trying to actually understand like what's going on in the games, absolutely not helpful. Distracting, actually. It's actively distracting. Yeah. But that's the thing, it doesn't really indicate a blunder, because the computer can find like a 20 move combination and still say it's plus 10, versus like a 1 move blunder where it's plus 10. So, like, if you want to figure out something as like a human blunder, you have to look at it with your human eyes. There's so many cases, like you watch any of these broadcasts, like with the eval bar shoots up. Commentators are like grandmasters staring at the position, not understanding why. It's just like, and people think this is like helping us like figure out the position. Oh, folks are saying chess.com is back. Fantastic. Indeed, you guys are correct. All right, let's switch over to the multi-board. Here we go. 1 second, folks. Beautiful. All right, so here's all the games from the championships today. I really like this multi-board view because you can just see all the games happening at once. Kind of relax, see what's going on in this picture. So we have Najdorf and so Shankland. We were just looking at that one. Lenderman versus Christopher Yu. We got a Catalan that looks very familiar. It looks very similar to that Robson Caruana game from the other day. I'm guessing looks like a similar line. Then Elshon against Jeffrey. That looks like a Rasalimo. Some aggressive play from white there with this e5 push. Then we have Swerts Dominguez Symmetrical position. I'm not sure if this came from like a Karo or a Nimzo, but it's a symmetrical structure. And could be small advantage for white here if black isn't precise. Okay, then we have the Hans Fabi game. We were looking down a little bit. Looks like they had some minor changes there. And then Sevian Liang. Sevian also on 2 points. So there's 4 players on 2 out of 3 currently that are actually leading the tournament. And that's Fabi, Hans, Sevian, and a Wonder. No, wait, a Wonder? I just had the standings. Not a Wonder. Christopher Yu is on 2 points. Yeah. We've got multiple players leaving the tournament. They're just not just not having a great time. Yeah, Sevian right now actually seems to have a nice position, a lot of space against a Wonder. So right, Christopher is the 4th player at 2 points. And then Aronian Robson, this looks like Rogozin opening. And they're still very much discussing the theory there. Okay. So, yeah, let's take a closer look at this Hans Fabi game. Alrighty. And let's fix the layout here. There we go. So last couple moves in this one. We already saw the opening, but for anyone that missed it, I'll just play through it quickly. It was a Nimzo. E3. And here, bishop g5, h6. This is definitely kind of a tepid choice from both players. Like, I believe black also has an option to go c5 here, which is much sharper. And the idea is just to immediately create a lot of chaos in the center, and then if white takes, black goes d4, and pretty much sacrifices a pawn in order to get these pawns going. So like knight c6, e5, black gets these massive pawns in the center, and it's like a souped up, almost like an Albin counter gambit. But instead h6, much more solid, and now Hans decides to trade on f6, knight f3, and yeah, kind of an odd move here, queen c3, but we can understand this one as white is stopping black from playing e5. Black goes rook e8, so definitely committing to this plan anyway, which looks very natural to get the bishop out. Rook to d1. I'm pretty sure this has all been seen before, but now e5 played. Hans pushed d5, and now knight b8 on the board from Fabi. And this looks like live position now. Yeah. Okay. So they're very much still in the opening here, but white has to figure out how to proceed. Kind of obvious move to start would be to play e4, to kind of stop black from playing e4, to take the center, open up the bishop. E3 would also make sense, but somehow e4 feels a bit better here to support the d pawn as well. And if white could play e4 and like bishop e2, castles, rook c1, things start looking really nice for white. So the question is, will black be able to kind of equalize and create counterplay in time? Yeah, because white is going to be piling down on the c pawn. And black is going to have to do something to deal with this. Maybe he'll just go c6. Maybe e4, c6 could be an idea. Where white, I think, has to be careful about advancing. You know, bishop e6, knight d7. The pawn gets blocked and possibly weak. And of course, if white takes, then the knight comes out, bishop g4. I think black will have just zero issues here. Rook c8 and so on. In fact, black might even be more comfortable. So maybe we'll get something like this. Let's see, g3 might also be an option, just to put the bishop on g2. And the idea here would be that, okay, if black is going to go c6, then white doesn't really want to go e4. And maybe could play something like this, where e4 is always kind of allowing queen takes f6. So this one is not too scary for the moment. And okay, then white can castle. And then here the bishop looks much better. At least it's exerting some pressure. I don't know if white really has much here. I feel like black just goes bishop f5, rook c8, and probably is totally fine. But at least this feels like another way to play. But Hans does go e3. And now as I see this move, I'm kind of feeling like, yeah, it might be against the c6 idea, because now if white takes, then at least the d4 square is more covered. Of course, black might still have some knight d4 tactics, but something like this, like bishop b5 or bishop b2, and yeah, it feels like maybe white can still have a little bit of pressure here, maybe. Anyway, Fabi quickly goes bishop f5, indicating that he's kind of still in his prep. Question, actually, good question from the chat. What's the problem with the immediate queen takes c7? Yeah, I mean, honestly, I didn't even consider the move because white is behind in development, and now we're spending more time just to grab a pawn. I would think this one is very dangerous, but let's look at it concretely. So first move that jumps to mind is knight a6, because black would get to develop a piece with tempo and forcing white's queen to move. Let's say white's queen goes back, then black develops. Like, we could do Fabi's bishop f5, and then we can start to see some of the issues that white is having here, mainly because the development is just a real problem. But rook c8, rook c2 coming, knight c5 somewhere, looks very, very scary for white. Isn't e4 first better? I don't know. E4 definitely makes sense, like back here. Definitely makes sense as a move. White will probably do something like knight to d4. And yeah, this looks pretty scary. Even e3, for example. This also looks very, very dangerous for white, because black is still going to get knight a6 eventually. And I mean, if white takes, we can't exactly take right away with the rook because the bishop is hanging. But this is not really a position where, yeah, the number of pawns is super important. This is really just about white's king being stuck in the center. Oh man, we can imagine now the knight maybe getting to c5 and e4 and then queen f2 check. Like, it's just, yeah, it's going to be really, really difficult here, I think, for white. Queen c3, even just like simple move bishop d7, then rook c8, knight c5, knight e4. So yeah, long story short, it's very dangerous to grab pawns, especially out of the opening when you're underdeveloped. Here white has a lot of moves to make before the king can get castled. So even though it doesn't look like there's a lot of danger to the king at like this exact moment, it takes time, and black will just quickly get the pieces out. The rook will show up on c2, and then white will have some serious issues. Yeah. So e3, just focusing on getting the pieces out, which I think is very sensible here. Not giving up the d4 square. And black goes bishop f5. So this, and now bishop e2. So bishop f5 makes it seem like black's next move is going to be knight to d7. Maybe he can still play c6. That wouldn't be so crazy, but knight d7 seems, yep, there it is. Seems like the move. Now I expect white's going to castle at some point. He could still take on c7 even here, but yeah, at this point it's also a question of, like, do you really want to do this against someone like Caruana, who's like just such a well-prepped player, and you know, like, he's looked at this with the engine, and if he's sacrificing a pawn against you, you better be very, very careful. So yeah, Hans just castles. Didn't consider this one too much. Here, I mean, you could even argue you're getting the B pawn as well. So I'd be kind of curious to see exactly what white has here, but maybe even just the absolute caveman. Rook C8, Rook B8. Or actually, let's say this rook, and then this rook, and then this rook comes down to b2. Now white can't castle because the bishop will be hanging. Second rook is threatening to come down to c2. And yeah, something like this could be just extremely dangerous for white. So we see castles, which looks much safer. Hey, TripSpud, how's it going? How's it going? Vincent asking, is Hans the greatest American talent since Bobby Fischer? I don't know. I guess that depends on the numbers and which numbers you calculate. Yeah, because Caruana, I mean, he's also an American talent. He's pretty good. He's pretty good. Wow, Rook AC8. So Fabi's still playing like really fast, which again, it's not 100% clear that means he's in prep, but he's basically implying that this is his preparation. Because if it wasn't, he's a professional player, he would at least spend a few minutes. Like if he hasn't looked at the position stone cold, like with an engine, he would at least spend like a few minutes just kind of getting used to things, making sure like he knows what he wants to do. But he's essentially just playing in blitz tempo, which strongly suggests that he's just still in his preparation and he knows exactly how to equalize. He's going Rook C8, C6 looks like it's coming, and yeah, now if white wants to generate some kind of advantage, he's really going to have to show something, I think, on these next one or two moves, because once black gets C6, trades off white's D pawn, it's like trading off white's main advantage in the position, which is having more space. And unless Hans is willing to push the pawn to D6, which is possible, but double-edged. So this is where white has to kind of try and figure out exactly what he wants to do. Shanklin with his shoes off. Come on, Sam. It's not an airplane. You can't take your shoes off. Well, I guess whatever makes them comfortable. Yeah, all this talk about like, oh, which prodigy, or like whether Hans has had like a weird rise to the top compared to other. I honestly don't get any of those charts that people are putting out. Like all the charts just look, I just don't understand them. So, I don't know, all the charts look weird to me. All the charts look different, right? It's just like it's odd. Yeah, but the fact that anyone gets to 2700 is in itself a huge achievement. Yeah, and a lot of the charts I see, he just looks completely reasonable compared to his junior peers like Keimer and Indian Kids and up to Satorov and all those guys. So oh, strength score versus age charts. I mean, honestly, I don't even remember. But what did they say? Yeah, no. Of course, that's the real problem. Hey, we got back rank brawler in chat. What's up? What's up, Brian? Yeah, I mean, it does feel clear that anyone, or not anyone, but a lot of people can just take a bunch of numbers and even inadvertently make them look skewed one way. Whereas if you like change the variables just slightly, like you look at like a slightly different like set of dates or whatever, it's like then the numbers just like shift completely, right? So it just feels like very, very easy to manipulate the data, even like unwittingly, like unknowingly. Like maybe you just start looking at games from January 2021 to a certain date, but if you started like December 2020, then you'd get like a completely different output, right? So it's just like, yeah, even for someone who's like not a stats guy, it's like clear like that this stuff can be cherry picked so easily. It's like, yeah. So I'm not a fan of like not a fan of all like the amateur the amateur sleuthing. I'm really trying to like cut through all that. Oh, that's interesting news story. I'll definitely take a second look at that. Well, we have to trust someone with. There has to be someone who's qualified to do the statistics. Personally, I trust chess numbers, our resident expert, and I do trust people like Ken Reagan at least have. Wow, I don't know why that was. I don't know why. Okay, that's weird. I don't know why that was automated. I do trust people like Ken Reagan that like it feels like their intentions are very pure. Like they're trying to find, just statistical evidence of something, but they want to be as careful as possible because the worst possible thing would be to convict someone who's innocent, right? So they have to be super, super careful to avoid making anything that's even close to a false claim. Yeah, so I definitely respect that um, people are at least trying to be very careful with the work, which I think is important. Okay, a lot going on in chat. I'm going to try to keep up with everything. Um, Quadruple Moon got drawn into the following the championship because of the drama. And if Neiman would win it, does that make it more likely that Magnus would play him again? OTB. Yeah, no, it brings up a really interesting question. And this is really one of the most interesting questions of the whole drama. Is that there's very few people actually denying the claim that Hans is a strong player, like really strong. Like there are lots of top players that have played him like OTB Blitz, which is like not broadcast games, and they just said like they feel like he's a very very strong player. And unless the claim that he's just like cheating in every single game, then clearly he's playing a lot of these games on his own, right? Presumably all of them, and scoring well. So yeah, the longer Hans continues to play like 2700 level chess and no real proof of OTB cheating comes out, the less, I mean, I think, Magnus can really continue in his in the way he's doing. So, yeah, it's definitely a weird situation. Um, because people are definitely really suspicious of Hans's OTB events. I mean, the online stuff. I think it's like to me that's kind of a separate issue, and that's between like him and Chess.com, right? But I think the more important thing is like the OTB events, and Magnus clearly made it about the OTB. But yeah, there hasn't been a report or anything like that that's saying like no official authority or anything saying that he's cheated. So far, there's just been like suspicions and allegations, which is why I'm still kind of like, I feel like this whole thing by Magnus, the way it stands right now, I still feel like he handled it really badly. Because tons of people are still calling Hans like an OTB cheater, but there's still no actual like proof of that. And yeah. Now, like if FIDE or Ken Reagan came out and they said like, it's like, yeah, we analyze these games and it's like, oh yeah, 99.9% chance that, these games had assistance in them or whatever, then okay, that would be a very strong statement, right? But that hasn't really happened. So we just have like suspicions, and it doesn't seem right to convict someone based on, just the suspicions of where they're currently at, right? Now there's a difference between like some suspicion and like a ton of suspicion, right? Like I keep thinking about the Ivanov case, right? Borislav Ivanov, where there wasn't any hard evidence there that that guy was cheating, but there was incredibly like just strong suspicion, right? Because his performances were just insane. It was just like, it was like 2,600 after every event, just consistent, like 2,600, 2,600, 2,600, like never losing games. And this is someone who's like a 2,100 player, right? So it's just, yeah, that's like really extraordinary. So that's like a very different case than like here. It's just like, okay, a couple of events with like really high level games. So yeah, still very, very tough to call. Okay, folks, yeah, let's maybe cool it with like the spamming and the all caps. Especially, yeah, like if someone like blundered, like okay, I understand you're watching the game with an engine and an eval bar, like that's fine. We'll take a look at it. We'll take a look at it. Let's just like relax. I don't know if Ken Reagan said he is sure he didn't cheat OTB. If I interpreted Ken correctly, he said that there's no indication that he cheated, but that doesn't mean that he's like 100% sure that he didn't cheat, right? He's just saying there's no strong indication that he did. Kind of semantics, but yeah, I feel like it's kind of important. Is a 30-minute difference in time normal? Yeah. When you're playing against someone like Caruana, who's one of the best prepared players in the world, and he's like playing the opening instantly, like you have to at some point start thinking about the moves, and he's just like responding quickly. So yeah, it's very frequent that Fabi especially ends up like 30 minutes ahead, 40 minutes ahead on the clock, 20 minutes ahead, an hour ahead. It happens a lot in Fabi's games. Yeah, hello, Eindrin. Hello, welcome to Norway. Hello, welcome to Norway. I don't know how do you respond? Greetings to Norway, greetings to Norway. Um, Eindrin saying Hans should at least analyze the match after playing to sell the story about being clean. Yeah, I mean I don't know. It's an interesting question. It's like, um, yeah, I mean, this, this funny thing like of whether Hans like owes it to anyone to like prove his analysis skills. I don't think he does. I think that's kind of like a silly thing. And yeah, I feel like if he like does some kind of in-depth analysis in an interview, I'm sure he can, but like yeah, people are gonna of course analyze it and then like run it against the engine, and you're gonna find mistakes. And like, the truth is actually you could run anyone's analysis like post game, like if they haven't checked it with the computer yet against the engine, and you'll find mistakes, right? So it's like I totally get from his point of view. It's just like it's just like a lose-lose situation. Like anything you say will be used against you. So yeah, might as well not say anything. I think that kind of makes sense. Um, and yeah, it's not like discussing the game proves one way or the other, right? Like whether someone used assistance or not. Smokey asks, do you I have any good learning resource recommendations for the King's Indian attack slash defense? Yeah, I'm currently making a course for the dojo training program on the King's Indian defense, so I would recommend my own course on the topic. And you can find that by going to the link via the command exclam training. Yeah, Alejandro on Fabi's podcast said he didn't think the analysis was that weird, even though he thinks that Hans cheated. Yeah, exactly right. Like you can have a nuanced viewpoint on this because all of like the evidence that people were pointing to, like with his interviews, I mean, it's just like so ridiculous. And I'm sorry, folks, I don't mean to disrespect anyone, even though this is the 2022 Disrespect Championships. But you had people with ratings like 800 that are saying like, oh, that's not 2700 level analysis, that's 2400 level. Like, guys, come on, like, geez, I mean, like, so way beyond your your pay grade here. I mean, insane. So yeah, no, I mean it was very strange. Like, you have beginners arguing about like what's normal for players in terms of like their opening preparation before a game. I mean, this is why Hans was so funny when he's like explaining to people what a transposition is, because a lot of people that were criticizing him genuinely didn't understand transpositions, and yeah, there's even people in our Discord. It's like still didn't understand it after the explanation. They still thought it was weird that he like prepared an opening that is very similar to openings that Magnus has played before. It's like not that crazy. And so Hans could very well have been cheating in that game or others, but yeah, the evidence that people were pointing to was really weak, I should say. Yeah, so you can think that, and you can also still be suspicious of some of Hans's like previous OTB events. I think that's normal. Will the King's Indian course be available to those outside the training program? Yeah, I think once it's like fully done, it will be. But at the moment, it's like I'm just kind of releasing it in chapters. So the dojo training program folks, they just get stuff as it's released. Everyone else will have to wait for the full thing. Yeah, I mean, I'm definitely not saying that people don't have a right to their opinion. I'm just saying, like, I think when it comes to matters of expertise, people with more expertise, like, their opinion should be treated with a lot more value. A lot more, right? Like for example, like if you were looking for medical advice and like your doctor says something and then I say something like different, like you should probably go with your doctor because they actually have expertise on the topic and I don't, right? So I feel like when it's matters of something where it's like knowledge and experience can really inform your opinion, then yeah, I feel like people with more knowledge and more experience, they should be kind of listened to more. But that's just my opinion on how opinions should be valued. Yeah, you have a right to an opinion, but not to be listened to. That's good. Or I liked how Magnus said it. Magnus said very famously, everyone has a right to their stupid opinion, which I think was very, very key. Oh yeah, people are asking for the U game. Yeah. We can definitely switch over. I mean, this game, not a lot going on. Rook AC8, A4 played, and Fabi has now been thinking, like everything came instantly for him until this moment with A4. So I'm guessing this is his first move out of book, and now he's like taking his time. He's trying to figure out, okay, do I want to play C6? Is there another move I can maybe consider first, etc. But yeah, let's go to the U game. And yeah, people are saying, like Christopher Blunder, right? So yeah, I'm glad we're here. I'm definitely glad we're here, right? Because this position to a human just looks like super messy, right? This is not a like position where you're thinking like, oh, engine eval, like -2 or whatever it is. Yeah. Right. No, this is still a very, very messy position. But I do like what Lenderman is doing. This last move, E3, does feel smart to defend the D4 pawn. And now I guess we can kind of see the danger. Like if black loses the C3 pawn, then it's going to be big problems on the diagonal. But yeah. Yeah, definitely looks like black is under heavy pressure. Yeah. The more I look at it, the more I am liking white's position because he can put this knight on C5. And black is going to be very, very passive. Yeah. Yeah, why didn't he take this one? Well, I think the reason is because the D4 pawn might be hanging as well. So maybe takes, knight takes D4, something like this. White wanted to avoid. Because if you can defend your own weakness first, and then win this one for free, then that's like having your cake and eating it too. Now black can grab this pawn on B4. My guess is he's definitely thinking about maybe this knight takes B4. Then I'm not sure what we'll get here. Maybe white takes, knight takes, and let's say queen takes C3 would be maybe the simple choice. And now it looks like white has equalized material and looks very, very nice for white. I mean, big advantage. Computer might say this is like winning for white. I don't know. To me, that's kind of hard to... It definitely looks very, very good. But yeah, for humans, it's like we're not calculating 20 moves ahead and just seeing that we're already winning material on all lines. It just looks very nice. We have a better structure. We have some very active pieces. We have a lot of threats like knight takes f6. Bishop a3 is annoying. Rook comes to c1. Black has a lot of weaknesses. Black's pieces are more passive. There's a lot of positional advantages here. But of course, the engine is just like concretely just calculates everything. So yeah, after e3, right, if knight c5, if black trades, then yeah, white can get even b takes e5, and that would just be, that would be incredible for white. But that seems very unlikely. I feel like, yeah, black definitely has to kind of fight against this. If we see some move like, yeah, like bishop b7, bishop d7, it's going to get really tough after knight c5. Rook b8, definitely reasonable. But then maybe white just takes on c3. And now just picks up this pawn. And yeah, long term, the structure is looking very, very nice. And I think, yeah, Linderman especially, I think, is going to be very, very comfortable in this position. Let's see, where exactly did Christopher make the mistake? 94, b5, b3. He pushed 3. And yeah, this is what makes the Catalan kind of a dangerous opening. The bishop long term, it's always putting pressure. So b4. He played, takes, and he went f6, knight d3, and knight c6. And now e3. Yeah, it's kind of logical what he's done over the last couple of moves, because here white was just wanting to win the pawn for free. He goes b4, takes. Now if bishop takes b4, then white does something like knight d3. And puts the pressure on the bishop, and then e3 one day, maybe bishop a3. So you can kind of understand black's point of view for kicking this knight and then going knight c6. And yeah, also, how is he going to develop this piece, right? Because knight d7, knight c6 is, oof, painful for black, painful. But yeah, now he's definitely under heavy pressure. Yeah, that would be an interesting experiment if we could get a breakdown by cheating reports, by rating. Yeah, my intuition is that yeah, high rated players are going to be more often right. But I would bet that the majority of reports are, let's say, incorrect. Like you report someone that is innocent. I would say the majority of the reports across the board are likely for someone that's not using assistance. And actually, I can just tell you guys, I mean, I sometimes receive cheating complaints in the dojo, and they generally come from like, yeah, the lower rated players, I think, are sending more reports, which is kind of like surprising, because you would think, you know, that if someone is like cheating, then they're going to be in like the higher rating levels. So it's like the higher rated players are going to be dealing with the cheaters more often, right? Because yeah, I'm just like, if you're cheating, your rating goes up. Like, right? So there's very few players, I think, that are going to be cheating, you know, just to stay in like the lower range. That said, there are definitely some players out there that, yeah, they accuse quite a bit. It's like every time they lose a game, they like accuse, which, yeah, I think is more. I think it's more just, it's not even their own personality. I think it's more just the hysteria that's going on. I think whenever there's like a big cheating story, I think cheating reports also go up, and people just feel kind of paranoid and suspicious. Yeah, I don't know if Gata was defending Hans necessarily. I think he was more just saying, like I saw him tweeting about the graphs, right? The prodigy graphs. Now he had like a really big rise, and he wasn't accused of cheating or anything like that. I think he is just kind of against using faulty evidence or bad evidence against the player. I'm not sure if I saw him like specifically say anything one way or the other. Like he definitely thinks like that there's been OTB cheating or there hasn't been OTB cheating. But to me, I think he was just kind of railing against, like me, just railing against the faulty, because I don't know myself either on the whole thing. I just especially when it comes to like the Sinkfield Cup game. But yeah, very much against the faulty evidence that people are bringing. Yeah, Jonathan James, I did hear about the story of the Norwegian IM, who's like the president of the federation. Yeah, not good, not good. That's my take on it. Not good. By the way, thanks for subscribing, folks. Ilias Maniatis and Smokey, much appreciated. Welcome to the dojo. Welcome, welcome. True, P Mark, true. I'm sure there's lots of people that like, yeah, they don't know how to play chess and then they join chess.com and then within their first week they're already cheating because they're not real chess players. And yeah, and then I mean, I imagine their accounts, they just get flagged by the algorithms and just closed, like without even people having to report them. I mean, if you have a new account and then you're just playing like 99.9% accuracy, like right off the bat, I think their algorithms like, all right, buddy, you're out of here. You've had enough. You've had enough. Okay, so bishop takes b4 from Christopher. And yeah, let's see. Well, I don't think c2 is a threat because if black plays c2, white will just take the bishop. So I feel like white has a couple options. He could just take right away, but then you're inviting the knight in, and then knight c2 might be a problem. Another move could be bishop a3, which looks very reasonable because black would not be able to go a5. Or I mean, black could go a5, but it'd be pointless because you wouldn't be able to go a takes b. So white could take here, for example, and then black would have to take with knights anyway. And then once we get to something like this, white can go queen takes c3, maybe knight takes f6 check, I'm not sure, but let's just say queen takes c3 simple. And then I think this is a position where for humans we can say definitely white just has an enormous advantage. Rook c1, knight c5, all of white's pieces in the position, black having many weaknesses, black's bishop being terrible, again white having lots of threats. So yeah, this looks pretty decisive for white there. Queen e7 instead of e5. Yeah, maybe. To me, it looks pretty similar. Maybe white just takes and then takes on c3 and looks like white has an excellent position. Yeah. So yeah, this is looking very nice for Lenderman. Let's see. Hans Fabi. Fabi did go c6. And let's see what else we got. Sevian doing really well so far. Sevian's a player that could just start picking up wins and end up winning this whole thing. Let's see how we got here. So this was a Rui Lopez. Berlin. D3, D6. Castles, A6. Takes. And now Sevian goes D4. So he kind of breaks an opening principle here, right? Which is very interesting because he takes on c6, which is fine. You know, you give the bishop, but black had to spend the full tempo to play a6, and now white weakens the structure. And now to justify his play, he goes d4. And even though this move loses a full tempo, what he's saying is that d4 is such a powerful break that he needs to play it. Even if at the cost of a tempo, it's just more important to get this move in. And now it's tough for black because white is possibly threatening to take this one. So black goes bishop e7. I think he's saying if white takes here, he can still go knight e4. So rook e1. E takes d4. Knight takes d4. Bishop d7. c4. Interesting way to play the position, taking space and bringing the knight to c3, h3, queen d3. And essentially white has a very nice space advantage. Knight comes to e3 and he has his d5 square. Oh, he went knight f5, even better. Bishop f4, and okay, this is the live position now. So yeah, basically white has some nice positional pressure and some space. He can put a rook on d1, he can play knight d5 somewhere. He can look for queen g3 as well, threatening like knight takes h6 and stuff. But queen g3 always gets met with king h7, so you would need some kind of follow-up because then you're having to watch out for knight h5. Oh, sorry. Well, we can get back to the Hans game in a bit and take a look. Is knight g4... h4 smoking helps? I don't understand. What point were you asking about? I'm having a hard time figuring out what opening you're talking about. Yeah, but okay, this one looking better for Sevian. Let's see what else we got. Knight to g3, but at what point? At what point knight to g3? Are you talking about first move knight f3? I think I understand. You're talking about this here and then bishop h3. This is what you're asking about. Okay. This move is fine. And then let's say black makes some normal moves and you want to play here. The problem is it's hard to get your bishop out to h3 because a lot of times it's just going to be covered. But putting the bishop on g2, this is totally fine. And then you can castle and your king is safe. But at a certain point, you got to fight for the center. You got to put some pawns in the center. Maybe d3, c4, d3, e4, d4. You got to fight for the center of the board. This is the most important part of the board, the center. Because if you control the center, then you can go to the king side, you can go to the queen side, do whatever you want. Space, very important. This is just an unambitious King's Indian attack. Okay, I don't know what that really means, but I think they were just asking about whether you can develop your pieces this way, and yeah, the answer is yes. So, is it as ambitious as playing like e4, d4 from the opening? I would say less so, depending on your definition of the word ambitious. Like less ambitious in the sense that you're not as likely to win in the first 10 moves when you start with one knight f3, but this move has its own advantages as well. But my recommendation is play e4, play d4, fight for the center. Okay. Live position here. I wonder just played knight d7. And yeah, so he's starting this maneuver, maybe putting the knight on e5, maybe one day king h7 and g6. If you can get all those moves in, then black's position I think is absolutely fine. So the critical question here seems to be like queen g3, rook a d1. What's going to happen there? Like queen g3, king h7, let's say to stop knight takes h6, rook a d1, knight e5. And then can white take? That would be my big question. Can white take? And then take this one. And then take this one. And play something like this and just say, you know, we have two dominant knights against two passive bishops. To me, it feels like white would be better here. Did we discuss why Hans did not take the c7 pawn? Yeah, it's very dangerous. And also, you know, Fabio was playing instantly. So it's clear that Fabio was still in his preparation. And so it's very dangerous to grab a pawn like that in the opening, especially against a strong player, especially against a strong player that has analyzed it with a strong engine. That's just super, super dangerous. So I would imagine it was more of a practical decision not to take. And especially that player is Fabi. So knight d7, rook a d1 played. Interesting. So he starts with this one. And now on knight e5, I would have to think that the idea is to go queen g3. And threaten this one and maybe this endgame as well. Though here black has a second option to go knight g6, where they can kind of avoid it. So I'm not really sure why Sevian didn't start with this one. And then rook a d1. Maybe queen g3 first, king h7, rook a d1, g6. And the knight is forced to go back. Maybe this is why. So rook a d1 first. g6 currently not possible. King h7 doesn't seem likely here, because then white could maybe just go e5, and that looks very, very scary. Let's say knight e5 hitting the queen. We take that one. Oh, and this is actually just not even... We don't even need the discovered attack. We don't even need some kind of fancy... This is just a straight up pin it to win it. So king h7 out of the question because of e5. And then knight e5. I think queen g3. So let's stay with this one for a sec because it kind of feels tough. Although I have a feeling a wonder's gonna go into the tank here. Queen f6, the issue with that one is, let's say, because it doesn't actually defend the h6 pawn enough. White can still take, because the knight's covered by the bishop, so don't think this would be great for black, and then the knight can drop back. Yeah, knight b5... I think is a very possible move. Just putting the knight on an active square, putting some pressure here, and then if black takes, he takes b5. Not sure if white has a huge advantage. Black can kind of blockade this pawn and maybe advance a little bit on the queen side, but it's certainly reasonable. Okay, let's move on. see what's happening here. Oh, I want to get back to the Wesley So game. Yeah, a lot of interesting games today. So Lenderman, you continue bishop a3, rook b8, knight takes b4, knight takes b4. And now Lenderman is thinking here, but okay, one very quick possibility is just take, queen takes c3, and that position looks really nice for white, but maybe he's looking for more. I don't think he can take immediately because knight c2 seems to be at least annoying. But let's jump to the So Shanklin game. So this one we saw at the very beginning. This was a Najdorf. The typical structure where white gets this d5 square. But it's hard to use this square because as soon as white plays knight d5, black will take or take with the bishop, and then white will have to recapture with the pawn, not to mention the fact that c2 is under pressure. So b5, a takes b6, and I like this little icon here that tells me that this is en passant, which is a special pawn move by which a pawn captures another pawn that is advanced 2 squares. And then it takes me to a article. Very instructive, chess.com, very good. A lot of people have questions about that. So knight takes b6, knight a5, rook a b8, bishop c1, knight c4, takes, and bishop e2, played by Wesley, offering the trade of light squared bishops. Hard for black to ignore this one because the pawn on a6 is going to be hanging behind. So Shanklin has captured. Oh. So now, let's see. It's kind of unclear to me if white really has much here because, okay, black has one weakness on a6, but other than that, everything else in black's position seems okay. So there's also the d5 square, but it's hard for white to use this one because, again, this pawn on c2, and as soon as knight d5 happens, black is just going to trade it off. But maybe Wesley's going to go rook takes e2 here. And then black still has some questions to answer. His knight d5 followed by queen takes d5. My guess is black plays something like queen b7. And yeah. Doesn't look like the easiest position for white. It's hard to play b3. It's hard to move the bishop because of the b2 pawn. So it feels like very slow positional game. Maybe something like queen d3. And I don't think black is going to want to play like rook a8, maybe like rook c6. We'll see, but it feels like black should be okay. But we'll see. We'll see. Okay, let's check out the Hans game. So rook c8, we saw a4, c6. Hans pushes d6. Rook d8. Now e5. So he's putting the squeeze on a4, a5. To me, it looks like the position actually is a little bit better for white. I mean, I don't see black really picking up this d pawn anytime soon. White has queen a3 to defend the pawn. White has rook d2, rook f d1. So Fabi's going to have to kind of show something because his counterplay is not really too obvious to me. I don't know. Maybe his next move is knight f8. And then transferring the knight to g6 or e6. But yeah, a6 is kind of an annoying threat for white. So a6 for black definitely looks like a cannon move. Yeah, very good, Victor. Black knight is bad. You know, I don't know if it's that bad actually. I mean, it's nicely blockading the pawn. It's in the center. D6 engine-like idea. Is that what everyone's thinking? That's very strange for me. Because D6 looks like the most obvious move in the world. Okay, let's explain something. This is called a pass pawn. That means that there are no pawns in the way anymore. And if the pawn advances and reaches the d8 square, then white will be able to make a new queen. Queens are very good. The queen is the most powerful chess piece on the board. So having two queens is better than having one, because two is more than one. So that's why d6 is very human actually. Because if you don't play d6, then either black is going to be able to take, or if you take here, then rook takes. No pawn, no queen. Remember this, guys. No pawn, no queen. Pawn, queen. Oh, wouldn't no queens be better than two? Oh, thank you for the question. No, this is a common misconception. Some people think 0 is more than 2. Actually, it's the other way around. 2 more than 0. In fact, much more. Thank you for following Leviathan42069. Okay, there's a question about Queen a5 after c6. No, very reasonable move. It's a concrete move, right? So it's hard to say right off the bat if it's good or bad, because it's a very concrete decision. White is attacking the a7 pawn and trying to win material. If white gets away with winning material, that's good. So yeah, it does feel a little pawn grabby. Like in general, we don't want to be spending a lot of time grabbing material with the queen. Maybe black just plays something like c takes d5. And yeah, feels like a lot of material might get traded off here. But to me, it looks like black should be okay. Yeah, so Hans's move d6 definitely feels like the most ambitious move, because it's basically the only move that allows them to keep strong d pawn on the board. So rook d8, a5 played. Yeah, feels a little better for white. Okay, let's see. We also have... So we'll get back to this one. This is the Aronian Robson game. I was just curious about this one because these are two very, very good players. So let's see what we got. Rogozin defense. Takes, bishop g5, h6, castles, e3. Both sides developing their stuff. Knight d7. Yeah, here again we can see, white having the option to take on b7, similar to the Hans game, but with the undeveloped king, the uncastled king, you want to be really careful about grabbing pawns like this. Even if black doesn't play rook b8, let's say black just goes c5, it's just like, ooh, it is dangerous for white. Queen a5 coming, rook b8, rook b2. Very, very dangerous. So you often don't see these guys grabbing material unless they're absolutely sure about it. So c5 takes. g5. Knight d4. Wow, what a sequence of moves. My guess is both the players in some kind of preparation here. So c5 takes, and then he goes g5, knight d4. So of course if black takes this one, then knight takes f5. Black's kingside is just ruined. White's going to go c4, queen b2, queen c3, and black's going to have big problems on the diagonal. So knight takes c5 played, queen b5, queen c8, takes, gh4, queen d4, queen g5, castles, rook f8, rook b1, b6, and now rook b5. Very interesting game, honestly, from Levon and Ray here. And this position is kind of tricky to evaluate. Like, my instinct is that white should be better, because it feels like his structure is a lot safer. And the bishop, I think, is going to be a very good piece on this board, especially on this f3 square. But I'm not totally sure. Black is kind of active. Black has like rook e4, maybe some h3. But to me, it looks like white is certainly a bit better here, at least. Yeah, maybe black can trade d5 for c3. I was thinking actually it's white that wants to trade c3 for d5. Because if you trade these pawns off, let's forget about the pin, just whatever. Like bishop comes to c4, bishop sits on b3. Strategically, it feels very nice for white. Especially with black's kingside. Like if we just imagine, let's just say we get some move. I don't know. I mean, let's just be cooperative. Let's just say like h3, g3, queen g6, white goes c4, takes. I think this is very dangerous for black. The bishop sits on b3, and then white tries to like transfer the rooks over f4, h4, and it's just black's kingside under insane pressure. Yeah, so if the position opens up, this king with queens on the board, this king on g8 is just always super unsafe. That's why I'm thinking black needs to be like really active like right now and play like rook e4, bring the other rook in, and not really let white kind of take these files and ranks. But interesting. But yeah, to me it definitely looks like a Levon position. I think he has very good winning chances here. Yeah, actually, let's quickly go back to the Hans game because we can analyze this one a little bit. Fabi played bishop g4. Yeah, I was kind of thinking a6 is certainly consideration because white is maybe looking to play a6 and break up black's pawns. He goes bishop g4. I'm wondering on a6 what exactly was the issue. Yeah, maybe queen b4 or queen b3, something like this. Just targeting the b pawn. I don't know if it's such a big deal. Black can go rook b8. I feel like we might see even just more of a positional squeeze. Maybe even like b4 or bishop c4, h3, rook d2. I think a lot of moves actually white could play here. I'm not even sure there's a clear favorite for me here. But bishop g4 on the board. And now Hans is thinking. And with this move, I'm not sure what exactly Fabi is intending. Like, if he wants to take or not. And I'm not sure if he's threatening e4. At first glance, to me, it just looks like a useful move. Like, he just puts pressure. He makes it harder for white to play bishop c4, for example. Like, white would love to put the bishop on this diagonal, but then, okay, bishop takes f3 would be a big problem. So it seems like he's just kind of putting a little bit of pressure. And then on h3, if I were to play this one, I imagine he might even just back up, just bishop h5. I'm not sure if he's ready to give up the bishop for the knight. And is black threatening e4? Yeah, that's the question I'm not sure about either. Because white will respond knight d4. So let's say white goes like rook e1, for example. Black goes e4. White goes knight d4. This bishop is hanging. If bishop takes e2, let's say white takes with the knight, defending the pawn. And then black has given up some squares, like the f4 and d4 squares. At the same time, black has picked up some squares. So let's say something like knight e5. And looks actually pretty reasonable for black. We got knight d3 coming. The d6 pawn is under attack. Seems like black is doing absolutely fine here. So yeah, maybe e4 is a threat actually. Yeah, this one I liked less because after, well, actually knight takes, and knight c5 also looks very reasonable for black. Yeah, although this I would say is not that clear because white goes, let's say like rook e2. I wanted to go b4, but then knight d3, knight takes e4, knight takes e1. No good. So let's say rook e2 first, and then if black plays knight d3, we're taking this one. And I think we're at least okay. Let's say knight takes b2, hoping for okay, then you just take it. Yeah, none of this is really working out for black. Even knight f6 check. Looks good. So rook e2, and then it's kind of hard for black to get this knight d3 and maybe f5. f5, knight d3. And now, okay, now it looks like black is starting to take over. So this could be a problem as well. I also think just immediate knight e5 looks nice for black here too, because there could be some kingside play as well. So bishop g4, yeah, e4 feels like kind of an idea, like e4 with the follow-up of trading the light squared bishops, and then bringing the knight to the d3 square. So h3 definitely suggests itself. But then h3, bishop h5, and how to continue from here, because e4 is still going to be an idea. And we really don't want to go g4 here as white, because then our king side is just going to be very weak. Yeah, so after bishop g4, taking knight e5, I think no good, because black takes. And then defends this one. So white loses the piece there. White can try e4. For sure. But this move has its own positional drawbacks, because now we've made our own bishop worse. Chloe, thanks for subscribing. So yeah, this one. Yeah, maybe black just starts with a6. Then knight f8, knight e6. Or knight f8, knight g6. And then black tries to use, especially this f4 square. Would be very nice. Okay. Yeah, so if knight e5, knight takes, and then d7, guess what? We can take this one too. Maybe with, let's say with the bishop, to be super safe. Yeah, or if rook takes, you know, this, then just take back. Yeah, so unfortunately this one just defended too many times. Okay, let's see what else is happening. Okay, Lenderman. Oh, Christopher Yu has started to fight back. So we had some trades on b4. Takes, rook takes. And now knight c5 played. So very interesting. He doesn't take here on c3. Maybe he didn't want to trade these pawns off. Like allowing black to trade off one of white's weaknesses and then allowing black to trade for one of white's pawns and then takes, e takes d5. Yeah, white's a pawn down. I feel like he has plenty of compensation for the pawn, but yeah, maybe black is can at least equalize. So knight c5, I think attempting to play for more by defending this one and then looking to take and go queen takes c3. Yeah, so if black were to just play some random move, then white takes here. So it takes, queen takes c3, and white is doing great. Powerful knight on c5. So e5. Christopher, disrespected by Lenderman's knight c5 move, plays e5. And now he's looking to open everything up, especially the bishop on c8. Yeah. So interesting move. Black is trying to just take on d4. And if white takes on e5, I wonder what's happening here. Seems like black needs to take back. And he's ready to get the bishop out. And here it's like a completely different story. Now if white gives up the bishop just to take the c3 pawn, this is a very different situation compared to before because the position is much more open, the knight doesn't have an outpost, and yeah, here just black immediately gets the jump on the light squares. Yeah, I think this would actually just be very, very dangerous. Maybe just straight up losing for white. Like f3, rook takes. Already looks very risky. So very little chance we see that. And if rook d1 or something, I'm just thinking like, can white put some pressure on the knight? Feels like there's some tactics that black would have to work out. Oh, white has e4 instead of f3. Oh, thank you. Yeah, fair enough. So here, e4. And then I guess black could like take. And take this one. At the very least, looks like black is doing fine. But yeah, even without bishop h3, if black just goes like rook b5 or rook b6, and like looking to play this, I think black just has great activity here. Yeah, bishop can also try to sneak onto the long diagonal. So very challenging move here, e5. D takes e5 played. Wow, now rook b5. So this was Christopher's idea. Yeah, I was kind of getting to this because on fe rook d1, I wasn't quite seeing the answer here for black because now e4 is coming. c6, e4. And looks very, very dangerous. So rook b5 on the board. Now things are getting incredibly wild here. Hey, Eleni Chess, thanks for the raid. Also, Dor, thanks for the sub. 31 months, man. That's crazy. That's a lot of months. Yeah, so now what? Well, knight is hanging. If knight takes a6, we're grabbing a pawn, but feels like we're not not quite getting the activity that we were looking for, but maybe at this point, maybe white just needs to be grabbing material. So knight a6. And then maybe black just takes this one. Because I don't think black wants to actually give up this bishop. I think now this is a potentially very, very good piece. Let's just say take here. And it's kind of a mess. I mean, black's pawns are very weak, but the pawn on c3 is strong. And if he can just like secure his knight somehow, like bishop b7, definitely not going to be easy for white to prove something here. So I'm kind of curious where this goes. Knight a4 played. So Lenderman, he is not interested in getting into time trouble. Like, I don't know if knight a4 is the best move, but I think it's good that he played it reasonably quickly. Now he's starting to take this one, and I think on rook takes b3, he has this in mind, now that the knight would be undefended, and then e4 again. So very interesting move, knight a4. Queen d1, I'm not sure when that was suggested, but on the last move, this one was still hanging. So that's why knight a4 played. Oh, if rook takes b3, queen d1, maybe, but then black can at least back up like this. And e4 is not quite as strong since we don't quite have the pin here. Whereas rook d1, then even on rook b5, there's e4, and yeah, it looks really, really difficult for black. Or knight takes c3. Now, okay, folks, I'm going to take a quick break. We've been streaming for about almost 2 hours now. So I'm going to take a quick break. I'll leave the games live so you can watch some of the live positions, and I'll be back in a few with official coverage of the 2022 Disrespect US Championship. Alrighty, folks, see you all in a bit. Alrighty, welcome back to the 2022 US Disrespect Championships. I was having some issues with the stream. I don't know what's going on, but I was like trying to watch it a bit on my phone, and it was kind of laggy. I don't know if it was the same for you guys. Did y'all have issues with the stream during the break? And OBS is kind of giving me mixed messages. It's telling me that everything is fine with the stream, but also that everything is not fine. So I don't know. Seems like the stream is working. But I was having a hard time watching it. So I don't know what's going on. But we have the games here. And so yeah, actually, we should jump right into the Hans game because some big developments here. Big development. So a5, bishop g4 was played, h3. This was where we left off. Hans was thinking he ends up going h3, putting the question to the bishop because otherwise e4 looked like a very annoying move to deal with. So h3, Fabi takes. And now he went g takes f3. Yeah, like on purpose. Not bishop takes f3. Which feels like it would be more natural. My guess is he didn't like e4. Because then white can trade queens. Let's say black goes knight takes. Pawn takes actually for black is also an option. Bishop has to drop back and then knight d5. And this d pawn is going to be a goner. So gf3 I think can kind of be explained as like almost like a concrete decision because bishop takes f3, e4 was looking very unpleasant. Now Fabi goes knight f8. Yeah, I don't know. It's starting to feel very risky for white because this d pawn is going to be under pressure, and now white's kingside could be weak. So I would be very concerned as white here. Mouse slip. Nah, these guys they don't mouse slip over the board. But it's starting to feel unpleasant. I mean, white does have like a6, so it's not totally in fact, this might be the critical move. Because other than a6, okay, black is ready to take here. And if queen b4, then like rook d7, and black can just kind of build up endlessly. So it kind of feels like a6 here is the move white has to play. In order to create some counterplay. And then I don't know what's going on. I mean, let's say a6 takes, and then black goes like rook e6. And then black is ready to take this one, or go like queen g5 check, or queen h4, rook g6. Yeah, it starts to look really scary. Yeah, can you imagine, like, I don't know, takes here? Let's say king h2, knight h7, knight g5. I feel like white could just get mated here, you know, easily. Easily. So we're going to have to keep an eye on this one. Because it's starting to look very, very dangerous. Yeah, that adjust rule. So it's so ingrained in me that, yeah, it would be, I would have to have like a complete mental breakdown to forget. Have you ever seen that happen? Yeah, at lower levels it happens. Like I remember when I was like 1600, there was a commotion a couple boards down because someone like touched the piece and they didn't say adjust and they had to move it and it was a blunder and it like cost them the whole game, and that was a big thing. But yeah, since like the 1700 level, it doesn't happen too often. How we checked on Christopher Yu? Yeah, he was worse earlier, but then the game got super messy. We'll definitely check in with it in a sec. So Hans goes queen b4, not a6. I guess queen b4 was the other move that looked very natural because white is creating a big threat here with queen takes b7 and defending the pawn, and also looks like he's covering some squares on the fourth rank. So yeah, I like queen b4 here because it stops queen h4, and then on queen g5 white can always play queen g4 if he needs to, but I think for the moment king h2 would be totally reasonable. And then if anything, white can get some play on the g file. So queen b4, and now I would mainly expect rook d7 here from Fabi, unless he no, I think he has options. He can go rook e6 as well and just try to take the d pawn. So yeah, position definitely still very, very sharp. Okay, let's see what's going on in the Christopher game. So this one exploded right before the break. So e5, we saw this, takes rook b5. Because otherwise, if takes rook d1 was a big problem, creating this pin, and then playing e4 next move, pretty much against everything. So rook b5, knight a4. c2 was played by Christopher. Knight c3. Rook c5. Wow, rook c5. So he doesn't trade and go in for this position, which admittedly looks like white is gonna be better, grabbing this pawn soon and black having some weaknesses. But he goes rook c5, takes, rook takes d5. Wow, so young Christopher is offering up the exchange. For the light squares. Hey, Chess Latte, how's it going? So tricky spot for Lenderman, because Black is also threatening like rook d1. So actually rook d1 maybe not a threat, white can just take. But rook d2, that could be a really annoying move. So let's see, let's try to figure out what's going on here. So if bishop takes d5, queen takes d5. Possibly threatening bishop b7 or bishop h3 or stuff like this, or queen f3 might be a threat as well, and then playing here. Feels like at some point I would have to go e4 or take here, but like takes, this is kind of the issue. It's like this kind of thing is possible. Like queen f3 takes. Yeah, and then even like something like this even. Right, just giving up everything. And then how does white get out of this one? Okay, there's queen b4 check. Looks like only move. Yeah, and let's say the king just starts running. Maybe white has a perpetual, but we could easily see like white even losing this. If somehow the checks run out. I don't know, let's say here. It's a funny. Oh, queen h4. Yeah. Very good. Okay, so this would kill the dream. But I think actually black has, seems like black can at least force a perpetual check, because I don't think white would have anything better than just checks here. But okay, very, very scary to have to calculate stuff like this from white's point of view. So it takes, Lenderman has played queen c3. Yeah, so he's not interested. I mean, he could have taken, I honestly thought he was going to take and go something like e4. But then there's like queen takes b3, queen takes e5. Black gets a lot of pawns for the exchange. So here, for example, and then bishop h3 is a threat here, and then, yeah, again, threatening bishop h3 and just winning back all the material. Yeah, maybe this one. No, practically it looks like a nightmare to deal with for white. So I definitely understand Lenderman's queen c3. He's like, I'm not giving up the bishop. I don't care. I don't care how many rooks you put on this diagonal. This bishop is staying on g2. My king is staying defended. In a sense, it makes a lot of sense. It's like just very practical. And yeah, now there's zero tactics to white's king. White's just going to try to pick up the pawn and just keep a slight advantage, keep a small pull. If you can take this pawn, put a rook on the c file, put pressure here, he can definitely still be much better here. And also, it's not like white is never taking the rook. Like, he can definitely consider lines where he takes the rook, black takes back, and then white immediately goes queen c4, trading off the queens. and then escaping all kinds of danger to the king. Now those endgames might not be so clear, but definitely offering a lot more winning chances for white. So yeah, I like this move queen c3 a lot. And now it's Christopher's turn to kind of show something. First I was like, oh, I don't know what white's going to do, but now he's done something. All right, rook takes e5 here, played. So yeah, he's not willing to just give the exchange forever, which I think makes sense. And let's see, other than queen takes c2, it's hard to find a move here for white. So queen takes c2 just blitzed out, because this also opens up the chance to actually activate white's second rook. Yeah, looking pleasant for white, actually. It's looking very, very pleasant. Because black has multiple weaknesses here. The king is a little bit weaker. But c5, okay. I can definitely get behind c5. But the other issue is that at a certain point, I think white's going to be able to just start advancing the king side. e4, f4. And just kind of taking over. So I would still give Lenderman quite decent winning chances here. But Christopher, he's a very, very good defender. So we'll see. We'll see. Yeah, we'll get back to the Hans game for sure. Why didn't he take the rook? Yeah, we were looking at it. So after queen takes d5, it looks very scary. Black is turning bishop h3. Black is turning, just winning back the exchange, right? Black is turning queen f3. Black is turning queen takes b3. If e4, then maybe queen takes here. Again, threatening this one, threatening this one. Whoop. So yeah, I'm not sure exactly what's going on, but just from a practical point of view, it looks very, very messy. Whereas Lenderman's choice, I think he keeps some positional pull and doesn't have to worry about getting mated. So yeah, to me, it feels like a very, very instructive decision. Okay, Hans game. You guys said there was huge updates here. You guys were like, breaking news. So let's see what happened. Fabi played rook d7 as expected, and white played rook d2. Yeah, groundbreaking stuff, guys. I'm glad we were viciously pulled to switch to this game. So let's see. Fabi has now blockaded the d pawn, and Hans has given him a chance to go a6. I actually do think that's kind of a big deal, because a6 was an important lever for white in this position to break up black structure. And if he doesn't get this one in, then black has a chance to play a6. And then white has no more pawn breaks on the queen side. Now white does get this like b6 square, but I'm not sure how useful this is, right? Like, so what? You know, where's the queen going from here? Black can, okay, think about taking this one, but can also defend this one and then take, or like really go after this one, or play knight e6. Like, lots and lots of good options here. So rook d2. And yeah, I get, well, actually, I don't know. I'm not totally sure why a6 wasn't played. It's not like black would want to go b6 and c5, because eventually there's going to be bishop b5. But maybe this was the issue, because maybe white's not quite in time here. If black is playing c5 and then rook takes d6. So let's say like something like this. c5, queen a4 to skewer the rooks, rook d8. And then rook takes d6. So rook d2 first, just getting ready to double. And so black can fully blockade the pawn, but it is going to be hard to actually win the pawn. And so for the passed pawn, it's like, yeah, that's always the question. You know, if it can be pushed forward, right, then it's kind of good for the stronger side. You're pushing your pawn forward. If it's about to be won, then it's not great. It's a weakness. And then when it's kind of like this, where it's like a gray area, where it's fully blockaded, but it's not like black is going to be able to win the pawn anytime soon, then these are the cases where it's just like kind of unbalanced. But yeah, I mean, the less white does on the queen side, then the more we kind of like Fabi's position, right? Because yeah, black is this plan, like knight g6, knight h4, absolutely, or bringing the knight to g5 also looks very annoying for white. So in a practical game, yeah, I definitely like black's position here a little more. Okay, there goes knight g6. So Fabi doesn't spend time on a6, which I think is interesting. He's just like, yep, don't need to play that one. So knight g6. And yeah, actually now knight h4, queen g5 check. Very annoying threat. There's queen g4 still. But okay, knight h4 is going to hit this f3 pawn. And then there's always like rook e6, rook g6 ideas. Yeah. Oh, and yeah, good call. Knight h4 threatening e4. Shutting down the queen, fe4. Queen g5 check, bishop g4, h5, knight f3. Yeah, all kinds of stuff. All kinds of stuff. Yeah, so this is starting to look very dangerous for white. Feels like he should make some kind of like prophylactic move, like king h2, or because we can't move the queen quite yet, right? Because then rook takes d6. Just winning the pawn. So knight g6. Now for fd1, I'm guessing we're going to see knight h4. Or even just e4 right away. Yeah. Just this one. Takes knight h4. Then we're threatening this. As well as this one. So f4 is not good enough. Ooh, it looks really scary for white. Bishop g4. I mean, there's queen g6. Maybe even h5. Looks nasty. Even this one takes, queen takes, and then the rook is just ready to slide over. And white's king just looks, oof, trapped. So knight g6, rook fd1 on the board. Interesting. So key moment for Fabi, see if he'll push e4. Because right, knight h4, if he starts with this one, then at least white has queen g4. And I mean, the endgame doesn't look so bad for black after queen g5, but I feel like at this point he kind of wants more than that. And if like rook e6, then I don't know, king h1, not so clear that black is getting somewhere here. So yeah, no, e4 looks very critical. Let's see, if f4, knight h4, bishop g4, this could be another possibility. Queen g6, let's say. King h1. And just this, for example. Yeah, or f5. And looks like game over. Yeah, I think that's pretty clean. So f4 here, running this one. So white would have to play something else, like king h1, king h2. And this is still... still kind of messy. Yeah, like g5 definitely an option. g5, rook g1. Okay. So knight h4 on the board. So I guess there was something here after e4 that Fabi didn't like. Because, I mean, he must have considered this. But I don't know. This looked really dangerous. Takes knight h4. Anyway, so rook fd1, knight h4. And they've got 15 moves to go. Or 16 before the time control. So, yeah, they're definitely approaching time trouble here very soon. Oh, rook e5 in the f4 line. Yeah, we can quickly take a look. So this one, and then rook e5. Please take my rook. Yeah, it's interesting. Feels like black has some initiative here for sure. Rook g1 now. White would have to play it. Yeah, okay, we would need some follow-up for this rook because we can't have it hang forever. So knight h4, queen g4 on the board. So Fabi must have expected this. Now black has a couple options. He can pin and trade queens, queen g5 or queen g6. He can go rook e6. Knight f5 is also not crazy, although then there is e4 that would have to be looked at. So e4 might be a problem. So knight f5 maybe not a move. Yeah, so there's queen g5 and rook e6, I think, are the main candidate moves. Rook d8, yeah, doesn't feel like you really want to allow the pawn to get to d7. If you can avoid it. Yeah, from black's point of view, it would be great to keep the queens on the board. So, question that for me really is rook e6. Because then you have ideas of swinging the rook over, like rook e6, queen d8, rook g6. Kind of annoying for white to deal with all this. But yeah, the other question is why exactly he rejected this one. Because it feels very scary. I bet in a blitz game he would have played it, you know? But maybe he couldn't quite work something out here, and so he didn't want to. Like here, actually, I'm not sure we ever had like a full... Not sure we ever went super deep on this one. Like we're looking at knight f3, check and take, but maybe king g2, take, bishop takes d7. Like this could be extremely messy. Actually, yeah, I don't know. Rook e4, queen d2. It's not super clear. So that would be my best guess at the moment, is that somewhere Fabi just felt like he couldn't quite calculate it. Yeah, raw dude, exactly. I mean, that's why black played knight h4, so he can try to get this checkmate in. But Hans very smart. He covers this one and he hits the rook. He knows what he's doing. Actually, it was kind of cool. Yesterday, we were looking at this game between Fabi and Darius Swierch. And at one point, it was a critical moment where Black had just played queen c3, offering a queen trade, and Caruana had the chance to either trade queens or go queen f7. And we were analyzing that moment for like 10 minutes. And I was saying, like, he really doesn't want to trade queens because Black's king was weaker. But had he played this like queen f7 move, then Black gets to like sack the rook and give a bunch of checks. And we were trying to figure out, can White escape the perpetual? And then at a certain point, we just gave up. We were like, all right, this is too deep. But I was telling people, sometimes super gems, they do calculate this far. They try to make it work. And then he ended up trading queens and winning the rook endgame, which we identified as this kind of like safer option. And then in the interview, he like confirmed everything we calculated. He like showed the exact same lines we were looking at. And then he explained, so like it wasn't working. So that's why he went for the rook endgame, but he went deeper than we did. So that was the funny part. I was saying like, all right, this is now too deep. But he was like, he calculated his king like all the way walking to a4 and he was looking at stuff, but he couldn't make it work. Rook e6 played. Rook e6 on the board. So of course this move makes a lot of sense. And now, yeah, the issue for White is that bishop c4 is not really possible because you're dropping f3 with check. So now Black just wants to play queen d8 and then rook g6. And then one day maybe pick up the d6 pawn. And at this moment, actually, knight f5, knight takes d6 also is kind of a threat. So to me, it's starting to look nice for Black, actually. Like knight f5 and just taking this one. Like knight f5 and then bishop c4 taking here with the rook. Okay, let's say if king h1, again, Black has this plan, but let's say Black goes for the most ambitious, like queen d8, playing for some kind of attack. Not fun for White. Not fun. Because there's this threat, and then if queen h5, we're going rook g5. So for example, some move, go here. This rook's defended. Here, whoop. Too strong, rook g5. And then if takes, rook g1. Black would be winning here. So yeah, White's gonna have to figure something out here. 18 minutes for Hans. 15 moves to go. Yeah, e6 was a big move for White and could have been played. I'm not sure at what point exactly, but definitely was a key idea in this position because a6 undermines Black's structure on the queen side. And I was kind of surprised Fabi never played a6 himself, despite having some chances to do so. Because you would think they would kind of freeze, like White's play on the queen side, and then you can shift over to the king side. What if White plays pawn f4? So the problem with these pawn pushes is that a lot of times they just end up weakening the king. So it might be okay here. But yeah, maybe Black takes this one. And then if queen takes, there's going to be like queen g6 check already. Some issues here. Like bishop g4, h5, the bishop is under attack. And then if queen g3, something like this, then Black maybe moves the queen and threatens rook g6, stuff like this. Just for example. So yeah, if a6 b6, I mean, you have to understand earlier the situation was was different. So for example, here, c6 pawn would be under attack, right? So white had the option to go like a6 here, and then c pawn is undermined. But even without that one, like let's say something like this, the point is that the light squares become weak. So if black is ever like pushing c5, the bishop comes to b5. That can be very annoying for black. So that's kind of the idea. It's just like creating more light square weaknesses. Yeah. But there's always drawbacks, because here, for example, like maybe black is able to pick up the d pawn in time. This is one of the kind of critical lines. So yeah, it's kind of a double-edged decision there. So queen g4, rook e6, king f1. So Han's starting to run. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's not like his king has a great future here. But what else to do? It's very, very scary to just stay on the king side while all of black's pieces are getting ready to encircle this. You guys lose this. You guys would lose this to Fabi. Yeah. I think you know, that's something to be ashamed of, folks. I would also lose this to Fabi. From either color, probably. Although I would really like to take black. I think I'd be less likely to lose as black. Knight f5 now? Yeah, definitely this is an option for sure. Just trying to pick up the pawn. I think queen d8 is also a possibility, followed by rook g6 ideas. So yeah, some options here. When is time an issue? Well, I think already Hans is essentially very, very close to time trouble, because he's only got 16 minutes left to make 14 moves. 30-second increment, but still, it's like a really, really complicated position. So he's definitely feeling the time pressure. Yeah. Let's quickly check in with some of these other games. Okay. Someone said Levon game seems to have petered out, but I guess I don't have the live position yet, because this still looks super messy. This by no means has petered out. They have to, I think, trade a lot more stuff before that happens. But maybe I don't have the live position. So yeah, no, I think there's still plenty of material left on the board that black can definitely still lose this. I think both sides could with this these very strong but also very weak h-pawns. Like h3 pawn is strong but also a huge weakness. If white picks up this one, I mean, that's 3 versus 1 on the king side. No, this game also very, very interesting. And I would definitely think white has some serious winning chances here. For sure. Okay, just because black's king is so weak, Ray is down to 12 minutes, which is not that bad for Ray, but he still has 14 moves to go. So that's quite a lot. Yeah. Let's see. Christopher Yu game. Looks like Lennerman is starting to put the squeeze on. And yeah, I think this is going to be unpleasant for black, because he just has a couple more weaknesses. Right? Easy ways to count the pawn islands. White has 2. And black has 1, 2, 3, 4. So even having just 1 extra is already something, but having 2 extra pawn islands, it's bad, because white's pawns can just kind of defend each other. White has to defend this 1 weakness on b3, but we can easily imagine a case where white ends up maybe giving up this pawn, but is able to pick up 1 or 2 pawns on the queen side. And then, yeah, black is even then going to be left even if white gets an extra pawn, then black's remaining pawns will be weak. And white has like bishop b4 as well, creating more weaknesses. So it's going to be, yeah, I think this is going to be a tough defense for Christopher here. Are they playing OTB or online? They are playing OTB in person. Actually, you could watch the live broadcast, twitch.tv/SDL Chess Club, if you want to see like footage of the players and stuff. I would definitely recommend it. But definitely come back here for the unhinged, unfiltered analysis of the action. Okay. So Lenderman here, still pushing. Sevian. Let's see here. You know, this one I think has improved for black since we last looked at it. If you guys remember, this was the game where Sevian had big space advantage, c4, e4, knight e3, e5, knight f5, and we left it off here after rook e1. Black played queen f6, bishop c1, Sevian dropped back, g6, knight e3. So it looks like I wonder just totally kind of rebuffed white's play. b3, a4, queen c2, takes, knight f6, traded off the knights. And yeah, if I didn't know better, I would say black is doing absolutely fine here. You got weakness on the b file to target. You got the light squared bishop. Yeah. Now, things could definitely still go wrong for black. Like if somehow white manages to trade off the dark squared bishops and then gets like knight e4 and then plays on the dark squares, then definitely white could still get something. But I don't really see that happening. Rook e1, queen f6 probably. Yeah, seems like black is absolutely fine here. Okay, let's get back to our... Actually, this game is also going to be a time travel game, but I feel like this one is not quite as sharp. Let's get back to Hans Fabi. So king f1, knight f5. Yeah, we called this one. And yeah, now white is going to have to figure out what to do about this d pawn, because black is starting to just snip it. a6. There we go. Well, better late than never. So finally we see this move. And white is creating some... trying to create some weaknesses in black's position. So my guess is Fabi's going to respond to this one with b6. And then I'm wondering what the follow-up is exactly. Do I know if Lanier's game is a known draw from the opening? Let's see. Wow, final position. So this game was agreed drawn. Let's see what happened here. So Nimzo. And looks like white got a small edge. Oh, somewhere, yeah, Daros started spending a bunch of time. Takes here, bishop e5, wow. Yeah, I mean, looks like they spent a lot of time in the game, so I don't know if it was, if this is known or not. I'm not really, definitely not up to date on the theory here. But it feels like this game definitely, this is an example, yeah, of a game that peters out. This is like textbook example petering here. Actually, I think there's some courses about how to like draw from every opening. This would be a great, great example. Okay, well, let's get back to the live game. So a6, now Fabi dealing with it. If b6, queen e4, I guess the follow-up would be c5. Or maybe taking on d6. something like this. But then white can take, and then take, and then we can't really take with the queen, right? Because queen takes knight, so knight takes, and then white would take here, and then this looks very unclear. If anything, maybe black has to be really careful, right, not to drop this this a pawn. But something like queen e7, but okay, this feels much closer to equal than what we had earlier. So a6, Fabi takes. B takes a6. That was an instant. No, he was thinking about this one for a few minutes. Because we saw a6, and then we left, and then we came back, and then he just now played it. So B takes a6. Bishop takes. This one played pretty fast. And, okay, pawns are getting traded off on the queen side, but white is still going to have to answer for this d pawn. By the way, one game we haven't looked at in a little while. So Shanklin. Looks like Shanklin just played this move d5. And I'll just back it up here. We last saw it somewhere around here. Queen d3 played. Yeah, I was kind of expecting this one. Rook c6, b3. So both sides trying to improve their position. I love this maneuver from Shanklin. Bishop d8, bishop b6. This is like high level Sicilian stuff. I mean, it's a typical maneuver, but I think a lot of players don't really know about this one, despite having played this Sicilian. But this is a very, very nice maneuver, especially in the Najdorf and Sveshnikov structures. Now knight d1, bishop d4, c3, rook b c8, using some tactics on the c file. Bishop d2, bishop drop back, b4, f3. So Wesley just like slowly improving and advancing. Like, I mean, I feel like he is trying to get the maximum from this position, but now d5 and optically looks very nice for black. I mean, he's got the bishop lined up against white's king. So this would be what I call a no-no. You know? But otherwise, okay, he's not threatening to like take, right? Because the rook is hanging, but you know, he can play bishop c7, he can defend the rook. It's gonna start hanging at some point. And white's knight on d1, not making a great impression. Yeah. He has knight f2, but then okay, that gives black some time to figure out the rook. Yeah, I can play a move like bishop c7 and then start threatening to take on e4. Yeah, so really interesting position. It's like everything in white's position is great except this knight, right? If this knight was like on b3, or like on c5 already, you know, f5, then I would think white is doing really well. But no, this is going to take some time. And Wesley, by the way, down to 10 minutes. 9 moves to make here before the time control. So he's going to have to make some critical decisions very, very soon. Wow, a lot of games. A lot of games happening. Aronian Robson game also getting sharp. Ray just played rook to d2 here. And he's going after this one and putting pressure on f2. Rook takes a6 in the last game. Let's see. So knight f2 played. Rook takes a6, yeah, also was an option. Yeah, it looks like he could have maybe grabbed this pawn. What Sam had in mind here. Maybe something like takes,
Can't really take with the queen because then white will trade or black will trade, take this one, and this is hanging. At least it looks kind of messy. But if rook takes, then something like queen c8 maybe. And then threatening this one, keeping an eye on the rook. Yeah, this one feels kind of awkward for white. Like knight f2 just takes, and everything is hanging. But yeah, clearly Wesley didn't want to risk it with 10 minutes. Knight f2 here feels a lot safer, while black can't take on e4. But now Sam has a tempo to go maybe bishop c7 or queen c8, and yeah, recreate this threat. Also this, yeah, takes and then just, just pulling the rook. I love this kind of move. You just bring the rook back, and now it's like, wow, black's position is just beautiful. Everything coordinated, bishop out of the way, knight on f6, threatening this. But just down a pawn, that's the only issue, just down one measly little pawn. Let's see here. Fabi. So bishop takes a6, and rook takes d6. So he's taking this pawn. And now Hans is going to be able to trade off some rooks, which kind of makes his king safer. Without rooks on the board, just queen and knight, the white king can breathe a little bit easier here. Now Fabi's thinking, so he hasn't recaptured right away. It's not crazy to take with the knight here for the exact reason I just mentioned. Keep a pair of rooks on the board and try to play something like knight takes d6, queen e7, rook g6, and keep going after white's king. Especially in time trouble, this could be very unpleasant to deal with. But rook takes d6 feels like kind of the more solid approach. Also, black is up a pawn here for the time being. And even though black's extra pawn is kind of weak, it's an extra pawn. So if all the pieces came off and we just get some knight versus bishop endgame, black is an extra pawn, I think he would have decent winning chances there. But he does take with the knight, so keeping the rooks on the board. And yeah, exactly. If rook takes d6, takes, knight takes, queen d7, for instance, and white can immediately start creating counterplay. And now this is kind of the big difference. It's like if there was rooks on the board, then black could consider stuff like this and try to go after the white king. But here is just the queen. So white just takes the piece and black can get some pawns, but the white king is pretty much never going to be in any kind of real danger here. I think white is more than safe. So knight takes d6. And yeah, now I feel like a regrouping is in order here for black. Like queen e7 really screams out as the next move that Fabi would like to play. And it's going to be up to Hans to generate counterplay. E4 also, yeah, feels like an option for sure. So one idea for white would be like queen b4. Kind of makes sense, just keeping an eye on the knight, keeping the queen active. Then yeah, I still don't think black would have enough to take here, because white could take this one, and it feels like black can give one check, but not a whole lot more than that. But yeah, maybe something like e4 here. Just trying to get at white's king a bit. Like if takes, knight takes, and seems like there's some pretty serious threats here. And then if f4, well then some squares kind of open up, and yeah, I can imagine black's pieces infiltrating here. So Still looking tough. Okay, we have moves. Bishop d3. And now g6 quickly from Fabi. So Fabi putting the pressure on. I like this g6 move because he's really restricting the bishop. He's taking some light squares away from the queen, opening up space for the king. So now no more back rank mates. And bishop d3 stopping e4, yeah? Now white could take. And yeah. This would feel, I don't know, actually even this looks playable for black, but I like Fabi's g6, just kind of slower. And yeah, like, I mean, extra pawn. King for black is still a little bit safer. The only thing is, like, the pawns on the queen side aren't super weak. So the queen somehow get off the board, then I can see some endgames white holding. But no, I'm with you, random 1200 elo guy. No, I think Fabi has very, very good winning chances here. Somehow Fabi, he's been unfazed by the Hans effect. He beat him at the Sinkfield Cup. Kind of interesting game as black. And I mean, to me, it looks like he's winning here. Yeah, it just feels like positionally black has a lot of pluses. Okay, let's see what else is happening. Okay, there aren't huge updates anywhere. So let's stick with this game. We can watch this one for a bit. Have I listened to Fabi's podcast? Yes, I have. I like it. It's good. I'm glad he's speaking his mind. H4 from Hans. Now I wonder if we'll see H5 from Fabi. That's definitely the obvious move, but it's not like forced by any means. It just looks natural because it also, well, H5, I don't really see a drawback to playing it here. Just kind of forces Queen G3 and fixes the pawn. Yeah, I wonder what he's doing. I mean, because H5, Queen G5, black is just taking here, I think. And looks busto. So he's got to go maybe Queen G3 or Queen H3, I'm thinking. Okay. Looks like black is making progress. Yeah. Let's flip the board because at this point I think it's very clear. Fabi's playing for the win. It's kind of more pleasant to look at it from the advantageous side. H5 on the board. The immediate E4 I think is possible. But then white takes. Yeah, I'm not sure we really want to go for these trades as black. Let's say here. And then white plays H5. And it feels like even though we're up a pawn as black, our king starts to feel a little funny. It doesn't exactly seem like the cleanest way to play the position. So H5, shutting down that counterplay. Queen G3 on the board. Now E4 I think is more tempting, but my inclination would be to kind of hold off on this move unless I was very, very sure about it. But actually, let's look at it here. So E4. Oh, there is Queen B5 check in that last line. Oops. So hold on. Takes here. Yeah. Well, okay. Let's look at this one. Even this one. Check. Let's say king moves somewhere. I don't know. If we take this one, then this kind of endgame, right? Where black is up 2 pawns, but all the pawns are weak. I could imagine this, not quite working out the way black wants, right? If he's trying to really, really maximize his winning chances. But I did blunder Queen B5 check. Yeah. But here, I think these top guys, you often just see them trying to keep control as much as possible. Okay, now E4 definitely is an option again. Another option would be just like King G7. And this is just asking why, like, what are you going to do? Like, like what is white? Because it's hard for white to find an active move here. The queen on G3 feels sidelined. The rook can attack stuff, but it can't really stray too far. Chloe, you want to play Queen G7. Oh, yeah, I didn't understand King G7. Yeah. Yeah, this makes sense. Just kind of improving the king. You stop all kinds of bishop takes G6 shenanigans, just forever. And there we see. All right, we called that one. Nice. Nice. So Fabi, he's also read endgame strategy. He knows a thing or two about do not hurry. Yeah, so with E4, probably just some tempting stuff. Like take. Yeah, Queen B8 check, Rig D8. Unless you're absolutely sure, seems like this is something you don't really want to allow as black. So King G7 definitely feels like a more practical move. And now E4. E4 from Hans. So yeah, he's definitely not interested in waiting for black to push E4, because that would definitely lead to this idea of hitting the H pawn. So he goes E4 himself, but yeah, this feels like a concession, right? Now giving up a lot of squares like D4 and F4 square. In particular, now this queen on G3 just feels really like misplaced. And if we can imagine black getting a knight to E6, I think the game is just going to win itself. So, okay, but now it's time for for black to fix their position or kind of start moving things around. Knight b5 definitely makes sense. Knight e8 also, if you wanted to avoid the trade of pieces, because knight b5, right, it does allow white this option to at least snap off the knight. And then okay, black is a very very healthy pawn up here. But yeah, you know, rook d5, it's not the easiest thing, right, for black to win, I think, here. King g2. I still take black 100%. a6, queen e7. No, I mean, don't get me wrong, guys. Black is a very, very healthy pawn up. Very nice winning chances. I think this is a reasonable option. Reasonable. I'm just saying maybe you don't even want to give... Because imagine we get the knight to e6 and f4 or d4, right? Without giving white even this. I'm just saying that could be even better. So I would definitely consider something like this. Yeah, like rook d6, knight c7. But it looks a little funky and you are spending some time. But let's say bishop c4, rook d6. Now I think if white trades, now I think this kind of thing is, yeah, black just starts to take over. Oh, big changes in So Shanklin. Yeah, we'll head over there right away. We'll come back to this one. Both players still have 10 minutes left. 7 moves to go to the time control. Looks like Wesley So sacked an exchange somewhere and went knight to g4. I was wondering about this rook takes f6 and okay, different line, but let's just see what happened here. So we had d5, knight f2. Shanklin played this rook to c8. Bishop c5. Bishop d6. Takes. Rook d8. Ooh, and now he just snapped on f6. Takes, knight g4. Yeah, unfortunately, it looks like Sam, I mean, it looks really scary. I mean, just like queen e3. I mean, I'm also just kind of assuming, like, I mean, there's that saying, how does it go? If Botvinnik sacrifices a piece, you should decline, right? If Tal sacrifices a piece, you should take it. And if Petrosian sacrifices a piece, you should just resign. It's just over. So yeah, if Wesley So like is just sacking an exchange like this, like just quickly, you know, because he still had some time left. Oof, not a good sign. Not a good sign. Okay, so King G7 on the board. And now white has a lot of options, like rook a6, queen e3, maybe followed by rook a7. But still not so easy, like queen e3, black will go rook h8, and so yeah, white's still gonna have to find some kind of like actual finish here. So let's see if we can figure it out. Rook a6 is also maybe a move, but rook a6 I think allows rook takes c3 maybe. So white would have to be careful about that. Queen d2 also a cannon move, right, to keep this one open. Yeah, that's a good point, because then rook h8 you can go e takes d5. Yeah. Yeah, I like queen d2. Because then you take and you even have like 3 passers on the queen side. I can come back to e3, just defending everything. f5 square. Yeah, very interesting. Wesley, though, he's thinking about it. He is thinking about it. 3 moves to go before the time control. Keeping an eye on Hans Fabi. No major developments. So yeah, let's stick with this game for a bit. Because so he hasn't won. He hasn't. He drew yesterday, right? So he hasn't won his revenge game yet. Like first you had Hans beating Christopher, then Christopher beat Wesley. That was Christopher's revenge game. Then Fabi beat Daro. I mean, I didn't. That wasn't like a revenge game because like Fabi didn't like lose, but he did tweet after the game like this whole like disrespect championship thing. So I guess Fabi's involved now, and now if Wesley wins this game, then Wesley is joining the disrespect championships. Especially given yesterday he was calling out Hans a bit as well. Now let's be clear. I mean Wesley, he's like a pretty like risk averse player, but make no mistake, he is very capable of sacrificing pieces, even if it's not like if it's like a pure sacrifice. Like there's of course combinations where you sacrifice a piece and then you just calculate that you're winning it back. This one I would say is more of a pure sacrifice because it's like, yeah, it's not like White is immediately winning the material back. White is going to play Knight against Rook for some time, and he's going to try to convert on the material imbalance. But yeah, Queen D2, we called this one, and now E takes D5 is presumably the idea here because he forces Rook H8. Otherwise, Black would be getting checkmated. Now, I assume the idea is to go E takes D5, which looks very, very nice. Yeah, no, guys, I think you're pigeonholing these super GMs a little bit too much. I can assure you, Shanklin is also very capable of making intuitive sacrifices. It's just part of like chess culture. I mean, your average 22-2300 player is already capable of making like an intuitive sacrifice. So these super GMs, they're just like beyond that level. But already at like 22-2300, you see players that are willing to give up material without like getting it back immediately, Even at lower levels, players are willing to do that. But um yeah, when you compare the top players to one another, then yeah, I would say someone like Wesley So is like, yeah, maybe less likely to sacrifice compared to someone like Aronian. I think he's always been daring, and let's say someone like, yeah, Caruana, he's often willing to sacrifice. Shanklin also, I would say, yeah, I mean, in general, is a very ambitious player. Okay, 3 minutes for Wesley, 2 moves to go. And then we'll jump to the other game as well, because I'm sure the other games are also exciting. Okay. 2 minutes. Man, Wesley, he's not taking. What other move is he considering here? having a hard time even finding another move for white here. Queen takes looks very unlikely, right? Because then we're dropping the c pawn, and white's pawns are, you know, totally split. Maybe knight e3. Maybe knight e3. Because at least a check and could be dangerous. Knight d6. Yeah. Knight e3. Okay, 1 minute. 1 minute. I don't know. To me, e takes d5 just looks like such a clean move. Like if h5 or f5, then knight e3. But okay, maybe knight e3 right away is just very strong. I mean, no, certainly should be considered. But not a lot of time. Yeah, this is move 39, so he's got 2 moves to go. He has to make this move, he'll get 30 seconds, and then he has to make a second move, and then he'll get 30 extra minutes. So I mean, it's totally fine that he's spending his time here because he only has to make one more move to get to the time control. But yeah, it's getting close. It's getting close. Okay, he takes d5 on the board. Queen c7. And now he's got to make Queen c7 quickly from Sam. So Sam, he's tricky. He's playing against the clock. He sees, he knows ed5's coming, and he wants Wesley to make that 40th move under pressure. Annoying move too, just hitting this one. He could, I mean, I guess he has simple moves like rook a3. But maybe there's something else he can do as well. But oh, e4 check. He has e4 check. That's the problem. So he does go rook a3 with 7 seconds left, but he allows e4 check. I mean, e4 is not a big deal, right? There's d6. And he keeps the control. Okay. So they're essentially ending the time control here. Shanklin still has 1 move to make, but he has 15 minutes, so I imagine he now might spend his time because Wesley's already made time control, so no reason not to think here. Let's see, other games. Hans' game. Okay, they're still in time trouble. What's going on here? So Queen e7. Queen e7 played by Fabi. So he doesn't go for any of the knight maneuvers, just looks to activate the queen. Now this is very logical. Queen g5, queen b7. It actually reminds me of this game Magnus won against Fedoseev last year in the FIDE World Cup, where he sacrificed in exchange and you got white's like queen and rook stuck on the king side. It's the same exact structure. Here it's a little bit different because at least white's queen can re-enter the game, but we can see that was kind of Fabi's idea, was to just play with an extra queen on the queen side. But Hans says, no thank you. Queen g5, I want to get my queen back in. Queen b7, queen c1, queen b4, queen d2. So offering an endgame, but I think at this point, black has a lot of options here. So I'd be surprised if he just goes for the pure endgame, right? Because he leaves his pawns weak. White's king can still be attacked. So I would expect we're going to see Fabi keep the queens on here. And then start pushing the c pawn, start pushing the a pawn, repositioning the knight, trying to bring the knight to f4. Because white's king is just never safe with the queens on the board. If we imagine the knight gets to f4, this queen drops back, queen d8, hitting this one, g5. Very, very scary here for white. Yeah, he did. He did avoid the trade on g5. That's right. Yeah, he could have taken here, which is arguably an even better version of the endgame because he gets a past h pawn, and this g pawn is like definitely going to be a target for this knight on e6. I mean, I would think black is close to winning here. So to me, it really feels like he's just kind of spoiled for choice. And he takes on d2. Takes on d2 and goes king f6. So that's confusing. I thought you didn't want the queen trade. Fabi, what are you doing? Queen b4. By the way, there's queen takes c6 here, but I'm guessing it was rejected out of some because of something like this. Fabi, what are you doing? Queen d2. Someone suggested c5 in the chat. I mean, I thought c5 is more reasonable than queen takes d2. Because, okay, at least now if we get the endgame, then we kind of fixed our pawns. But it's not really the whole thing because, I mean, white still goes rook a1, and we're still under pressure here as black. This is not that easy to convert. But, yeah, I'm confused, honestly, because if you were going to go for the endgame, then this would be the endgame. Take, knight e8, rook d6, rook e7. I don't know, let's say here. You know, king f8, knight g. I mean, the knight's getting to e6. Like, I guess bishop c4. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's not going to be so easy. Not going to be so easy. But yeah. But then why trade queens, right? If we're in time trouble, you know, why not just play queen b6? Just keep the queens on the board. Doesn't seem to be anything concrete, and then black can just reposition everything, and just strange. I mean, I'm sure he had good reason for it, but just strange. So king f6. Let's see. b4. g5. Okay, well, Fabi is kind of showing his cards a little bit. He's saying he wants this past h-pawn anyway, but with an active king. Then king comes to f4, h4. I mean, it's still an extra pawn for black, so it's definitely still very, very serious winning chances. I'm just kind of surprised by how he's handled it. But, I mean, you know, make with that what you will. Normally Fabi's chess is very good. Does white have to take the pawn on g5? I mean, it looks tempting because otherwise you're just losing the pawn for free. But technically he doesn't have to. Yeah, rook a2 might be another option. And then black could think about either going rook e7 or taking. But I'm not sure exactly what white gets by allowing black to take on h4. Yeah, rook c2, sure. It's a move. But yeah, this is an interesting line. So rook a2, let's say here. Rook a6, let's say here. And then b5. Nice. But I don't know, black takes. Rook takes. This. Or king g2. Let's say king g2. Because this one actually, I think takes a5 looks bad for white, right? You can win the knight, but the a pawn is just gonna run. Yeah. So king g2. And maybe black starts fighting on the queen side. Yeah, king e7. Takes. Still, yeah, I mean, it could get very messy here. It doesn't look clean at all. Rook a2 on the board. And Fabi has to make 2 more moves here to make the time control. Yeah. Not easy. Not easy. Taking on h4, also possible. Shouldn't Fabi just be winning? No, I mean, looks messy. I mean, black has a lot of weaknesses here. So taking is possible, but then white takes here. And issue is this knight. Black really needs to figure out how to move the knight. Get it out of the way, but so far away from here. But yeah, something like knight c8, rook d6. You know, white's king is just going to stop these pawns, so... Yeah, it's very unclear. Very unclear. One minute for Fabi. It's a critical decision. He's panicking. He's panicking. He's just like looking around. He's he knows. I mean, he's got to make a precise move here. I want to find the let's find the official broadcast. There we go. Oh, they're watching a different game. Oh yeah, there's okay, bunch of crazy games going on. They probably left this game because it's an end game. There are no more queens on the board. Okay, knight c8. Knight c8. Defending the pawn. Then opening a rook d6. Actually, I like this a lot. It makes a lot of sense. Good move, Fabi. So one more move to make for the players here. So yeah, bishop a6. Feels logical. Then we're thinking knight b6. And the bishop moves attacking the pawn. Well, then black gets like rook d6 or can play rook e7 now. There's no more rook a6. So I'm not sure bishop a6 is that, like, it's an easy move to make, but I don't know if it really helps white because black is just going to move the knight. Oh, bishop a6 and then bishop b7. Fair enough. Black would have to find something clever here. Maybe something like this. Takes here. Here, let's say. Oh, actually, no rook c7. Let's say we just take this one. And then we keep the extra pawn. We try to get our king in, and then we keep this one guarded. So white's rook isn't able to get in. But yeah, the winning chances here definitely don't feel as good, right? It feels like for sure. I mean, a couple moves ago, I mean, this position, remember King G7? We were like endgame strategy, do not hurry, like minus plus position, right? And then somehow, all of a sudden, Fabi spends multiple moves, trades queens, and then still going for it. But okay, one more move to make. Okay, Bishop A6 played. Oh, and he actually goes back. Knight D6 just repeats. But this makes sense. I think he's repeating once. He's going to get to the time control. Now this is move 40. And if white continues bishop D3, then he can think about it longer. Wow, Fabi lost 1.5 advantage. Yeah, it also seemed to us that he lost a big advantage even without the engine. Amazing how we were able to kind of get that feeling ourselves just by looking at the 64 squares. I still don't get why he took the queens off. Yeah, I'm not sure what happened there either. He must have like miscalculated something somewhere. And yeah, that's what happens in time trouble. You miscalculate, and then you're telling yourself, like, I need to keep the queens on, I need to keep the queens on. And then, like, somewhere you miss something, all of a sudden you panic. You're like, all right, let me at least get the end game and still try to keep the extra pawn. But, yeah, no good. Yeah, so what's Hans's chances of holding this now? I don't know. I mean, honestly, not bad. Yeah, at least 50%. I would say maybe more. Yeah. Okay, bishop e2. So a bit of an improvement. The bishop was on d3, but Hans puts it on e2. I think he's very happy with the draw here in case of knight c8. Like, we're definitely going to see bishop a6. But I do think this improvement makes sense, so the bishop is not really getting targeted. But yeah, folks, let me just remind some of the newbies in the chat that this is kind of like an engine free zone. Like, we're not really interested in the computer evals. And yeah, anyone that keeps just like writing evals in chat, like maybe to like be funny or like to troll or whatever, at a certain point is just getting kicked. So please do respect the channel. Yeah, and it's like, yeah, sometimes like when you're in chat, you have like multiple people like telling you the same thing over and over again. Sometimes maybe they know what they're on about. They know what they're talking about. Anyway, bishop e2, and always an awkward moment where you have 5 seconds left on your clock, but you're supposed to get 30 minutes. I think Fabi, he's a pro. He's just gonna let the time run out, and now he's gonna get 30 minutes extra. And yeah, he's gonna try to convert this one. Okay, any game still in time trouble? Oh wow, it looks like a lot of stuff has been shifting around. Here's the Wesley So game. So Shanklin on move 40 did go for e4 check, and then we had d6, queen d7, queen f4, queen e6, fe4, and now rook c4. So white's got 3 pawns for the exchange here. But of course, this pawn's under attack, so things are not so easy. But that said, black's king still very weak, and it feels like knight e3, knight f5 check coming. Very, very dangerous here for black's king. So it looks like white is winning this one. At the very least, there's knight f2 to defend the pawn, but I feel like he also has stronger options as well. Like knight e3, definitely worth considering. Someone wanted to look at the engine in a post more. I feel like I was committing a major crime. That was funny. What about Queen G3 here? Yeah, definitely a tempting move as well. Absolutely. Threatening the king. And stopping both captures on e4 because of knight f2 check at the minimum. But maybe even white has something better here. Yeah, on knight e3, rook takes e4. I was thinking knight f5 check. Could be kind of dangerous for black. But as I look at it further, maybe king g6 here. And how about this line? Queen g3, king takes f5, rook a5 check, rook e5, queen g4. You guys like that one? It's nice, huh? But yeah, I mean, I didn't see that. I mean, it's a nice way to, yeah. Knights are just the best, guys. I don't know who needs to hear this, but knights are the best piece. This one, of course, not as good. But even here, actually, this would be winning. But yeah, then here, and then, okay, maybe things are still unclear. But yeah, I think this is good enough. Okay. So knight a3. There's also queen e4. Knight f5. And g6. And yeah, I'm not totally sure what's happening here. Although even like this endgame honestly looks super unpleasant. Everything like just defended for white. Yeah. Right, queen e5 not working because of the trade. Oh, and this one actually, yeah, so this maybe no need for knight f5 here. Maybe just queen g3 check, and then just taking. And yeah. Should be good for white. 93 on the board. All right, we got one. Maybe Wesley will show that line in the post-game interview. Okay, let's see here. You, Christopher. Yeah, he's just been on the unfortunate side of the squeeze for some time. Lennerman is just slowly improving, and finally he just grabbed this first pawn with queen takes c5. And now g5. Okay, black has to create some counterplay. What to do? It's still not easy here. I mean, like, white just has to make one wrong move and he can get mated here himself. Although this one actually would be a wrong move for black. But okay, hg, and then there's definitely threats here. There's definitely ideas. So g5. Now, yeah, white's gonna have to be precise, but intuitively it doesn't feel like black has enough. Feels like white should be okay here. But how exactly? How? Not so easy. Not so easy. Oh, looks like the Shanklin game is over. And oh, they finished here. So knight f5, king g6, queen g3, and Shanklin resign. So they were gonna go down this key line. That's nice. Very nice. Okay, so good job, Wesley. Back to the back to this game. Okay. Oof, doing so well. Yeah. After he's gonna say, Shanklin disrespected him by taking off his shoes. Is it weird to consider h5 here for white? I considered it. I don't think it's that weird because you kind of prevent. I mean, if takes, we're worried about this one, right? Let's say we just go full greedy and then we get ourselves mated here, and then we think like, I wonder why I'm getting checkmated. Is it because the H file is open? So once you see that line, then I think this is not a weird consideration at all. Yeah. Because it's not really about the material still. It's more about just making sure the king doesn't get mated. So if we get something like this, and then takes, white still keeps the extra pawn, and black will have to create some counterplay. But it's certainly not over. Bishop f3, the queen can still try to get back in. Yeah, I would think this is still pretty double-edged. Yeah. Yeah, Wesley's pen ran out of ink, so he asked Sam like if he could borrow his pen, and then Sam was like, "Oh, sorry, this was my last one." And so Wesley, he took that as a sign of disrespect. So yeah, maybe h5 takes and then a different move. It would be great to activate the rook somehow, like maybe bishop c4, and then trying to get something like this, but it's not easy. There's always pressure here. Not easy. Was Shanklin taking the pawn a clear blunder? I don't know if Shanklin had any clear blunders that we saw. I guess, I mean, I thought this move was strange. I wouldn't call it a blunder, rig dc8, but to me this one looked off because it was like, well, we have all this pressure against white's queen, but I'm sure it was a concrete decision, not something that can just be, just explained in 2 seconds. But no, I didn't see any obvious blunders from Sam. I think some were just, I mean, yeah, maybe he shouldn't have allowed this one, but maybe rig dd8 would be the only move. I'm not sure if he has like such great alternatives here because takes, there's still, this is still kind of hanging over black's head. But at least no clear blunders. Han's game, no, still continuing. They reached the time control, and now both players are thinking because they're basically getting 30 extra minutes. Like the clocks here aren't updated, but Hans essentially has 30 minutes now, and they repeated once, I think. And now Hans is thinking about whether to repeat a second time. I imagine he will, but then I also think Caruana is probably gonna find some way to avoid the repetition. So the game is still ongoing. Question about the dojo training program. Do we require a mic to do the training plans, like for the post game stuff? No, none of that is actually required. I mean, the training plan is essentially like a list of tasks to do, and one of the big tasks is to play classical games. And we also ask that you do a number of postmortems. So if you're going to do a postmortem online where like you analyze the game with your opponent, then yeah, for that you'll need some kind of mic. Although you could honestly even just call them if you have a phone. You know, phones can do Zoom or Discord or whatever, so you can just use your phone and talk on that, and then still share like a Elite Chess board or Chess.com board or what have you. But yeah, I mean, even that, I mean, it's not necessary to even play online games. A lot of people, they just play over the board. They play over the board tournaments. They analyze those games in person, and then those games are perfectly acceptable for the program as well. Hey, Stream Girl, thank you very much. Appreciate it. That's that's great to hear. Yeah, Johan Helstein, he's yeah, incredibly instructive. I love all this stuff. Yeah, so this game I think is gonna go on for some time. This will be a longish end game. And so 2 more games actually left in the US Championships. There was that one, there was the Lennerman game. So after G5 he did take HG. So he must have a solution for this this counterplay. We'll see what it is. And then there's also the Aronian Robson game, which somehow got into this very, very sharp endgame where I don't understand actually who's playing for the win anymore, because black has these like 2 connected passers that are possibly very strong, but feels like white is active enough that he should be able to create some counterplay. Let's go back a bit. I just want to see how we got here. It was a little while when we last saw this game. We last saw it around here actually. I was saying rook e4, h3, black, yeah, gotta go active, g3, rook d8, c4 played. White's trying to open up lines for the pieces. Queen went back to d4. Rook e8, a little bit odd, but can understand defending. Queen d4, queen f5 takes. Rook back to e5. Ray just playing like super interesting chess. Takes. And rook d2 now. Bishop g4. Queen g6. He took this one. So he won the h3 pawn, but lost the a2 pawn. And I feel like with queens on the board, black's king is still in danger. But, wow, rook g4 check, rook g5. Aronian also ends up going for this endgame, which to me is surprising. Then rook d4. Another surprising decision, but he makes pass pawn. And somehow we ended up here. b5, king e2. Yeah, really really unclear position for me, because, I mean, black can push these pawns, but of course you have to be really careful, because at any moment white can go rook b7, and black might have a hard time defending them. So if black loses one of these pawns, then just going to be losing. Actually, rook c5 also is like an option, but rook c5, I think rook b6 maybe. King e2. So yeah, they reached the time control here. They got the 30 extra minutes. So this one will be pretty tricky. I mean, honestly, I kind of liking black's position first glance, but yeah, it's sharp. Yeah, black's king, I don't know. I mean, right now I'm just worried about these pawns. Like, just feel like a4, b4, you know, like the knight can reroute, like knight d7, knight b6. I mean, double-edged. Very, very double-edged. Rook a6 played by Robson, which could be very strong. Just getting the rook behind the pawn. Wasn't really eyeing this move, but it makes a lot of sense. Yeah, I mean, I feel like one mistake from Levon, it could just be losing. Yeah. Now the king is inside the square of like one pawn, but right, the king is not going to stop both of these pawns. We saw Fabiano's game yesterday. The finish was very nice, where he just has rook on e1, 2 pawns on e6, f5, and then the black king wasn't able to stop them. Yeah. Okay, let's go back to Hans's game. Wow, he just played the very surprising f4. Wow. Kind of a shocking position. f4. I'm not even sure I get it. What about e takes f4? Played it pretty quickly? No, we saw this position a while ago. He spent at least several minutes on this one. So definitely not quickly. So f4 takes. Yeah, I guess he wants to grab this one, but then he's allowing black to take a lot of pawns. So this is kind of unusual. I mean, I don't quite get it yet. f4 takes. Takes here. Takes. I mean, a lot of stuff gets cleaned off, but here, I mean, it's not obvious to me that white is happy. I mean, maybe white can get one of the 2 pawns back, like this, for example. But, I mean, this kind of endgame looks rough for white. Extra pawn, mating ideas, active king, like, scary. It's f4, huh? Takes. Maybe he wants this and rook a5 instead of taking on h5 with the bishop, maybe like this. Because then at least white's rook gets a lot more active. Oh, but even has a rook f5 check. Yeah, he's getting some counterplay here. So Fabi goes g takes h4. He doesn't want that. G takes f4 is also an option. Then I guess, okay, white probably takes here. Now he's threatening this one, and yeah, then he can one day take the knight and then take on a7. So even if you go here, this one, knight will have to move. White has the h pawn, maybe not so easy. So takes bishop h5 on the board. This endgame could still be very sharp, actually. I feel like a lot of action to be seen here. Okay, folks, let's quickly check in with the U.S. Women's Championship. I actually haven't seen any games from there today, but I just want to see where we're at this one. So let's switch to the multiverse. There we go. There's the multiverse. We can see all the games and happenings. Oh, whoops, a little bit cut off here. 1 second. Man, this scroll The scroll is absolutely killing me. Gotta get the scroll just right. Alright, here we go. Here we go. There we go. There's the multiverse. There's the multiverse. So what's happened? Irina Krush won her game against Ashritha. And Jennifer Yu defeated our own Sophie. Unfortunately lost yesterday as well. Alright, then we have Zatansky. Looks like she's pressing against Megan Lee. Nazi. Looks like she's better against Begim with this B pawn. Tadev, she had a big one yesterday against Jennifer Yu. She's got an extra pawn against Sabina. This endgame looks unclear, but I would think White has actually quite decent winning chances in this one. Yeah, a lot of interesting endgames left. Alice Lee against Ru Yang. Extra pawn, but Black's king is pretty active. Yeah, I would say this one is definitely still winnable because the rooks are on the board. So with White's extra pawn, with the rooks on the board, there's always, I think, very, very decent winning chances. And then Rochelle Wu against Talia. Okay, super messy position, but kind of it's looking nice for White just at a glance with this light squared bishop staring at the king. Yeah, Tada's position definitely looks winnable. I can imagine her playing like f4 here. Sorry, actually rook is hanging. So rook has to go rook b8 or something, and then f4. The two pawns, the two connected passers, once they start advancing, it's gonna be very difficult for Black to deal with that. No, I think Fabi messed it up a bit. So now it's back to being very messy. Okay, folks, actually, I am going to take a quick break here. We've been streaming for several hours here. We're going to take a quick break, and then we will be back to watch some of these endgames from the 2022 U.S. Chess Disrespect Chess Championships. See y'all after the break. Alrighty, folks, welcome back. Welcome back. You're watching the 2022 U.S. Chess Disrespect Championship, brought to you by ChessDojoLive, partnering with Chess.com to bring you official commentary on the official event page of the U.S. Chess Championship. Yeah, some crazy games still left in this round. G4, Christopher Yu just playing for very disrespectful checkmate against Alex Linderman. Levon with kind of an unclear endgame still, bishop versus knight, though it is starting to look more and more drawish compared to before. And then, of course, we still have Hans Fabi with this rook and knight versus rook and bishop endgame. Where, yeah, Fabi's got an extra pawn, but a lot of his pawns are weak. Very, very isolated. And knight c4 there from Fabi. So yeah, I don't know which game you guys want to watch here, actually. I think maybe we should choose between the Fabi game and the Lenderman game. Oh, and please, folks, please, no engine moves or evals in the chat. They're not fun. They're not fun. If people want to see the engine eval, by all means, you're welcome to go do so on your own, but it's kind of more fun without it. Trust me, guys. Once you try it without the eval bar. Oh man, it's so much better. You know, you're actually in there. You're invested in the game with the players. Because the players, they don't know. You know, they don't have an eval bar next to them telling them what's up. All good, Stream Girl. No worries. No worries. But no, we're getting a lot of new views on our channel, which is a great thing. But that means people are new and they're not fully accustomed to how we do things, which is absolutely fine. Because if you look at the rest of chess internet, it's like eval bar city, which is kind of a shame because there are some really strong players out there that could be offering some great insights. But then they have this like eval bar and they have the engine telling them, and so they're not giving their own thoughts. They're just telling you like what the top engine move is, and then you could just go look at that yourself, right? And that's not super. It's not actually going to help you win games, you know. Ha ha ha! So funny. Wow, you guys are so funny. You both made the exact same joke. Okay, but let's see. Let's watch the Hans endgame because this one is sharp. And let's flip it. Yeah, chess.com, unfortunately, I mean, they've really gone heavy in terms of like the game review and like the accuracy and engine stuff, which is definitely one of the things I think we're like not super fans of here on this channel. I can understand why they offer that to people because like I think people really want that stuff, but yeah, from our point of view, it's like not the best tools for chess improvement. But again, it's understandable. A lot of people, you know, they play a game, they just want to see what the engine says, and that's that. But I wish it wasn't like, yeah, forced onto you. It's a bit of a shame that it's like kind of the default. Like you open a game and then you immediately just see like the computer eval, unless you already have it turned off in your settings, right? But the default is for you to like see it, and then it's, yeah, it just kind of ruins the fun. Yeah, but to me, RD Born, that kind of, I mean, that's fun. I get it, but it also kind of kills some of the magic, right? Because to me, it's much more interesting to see what a player like Svidler just thinks about the position without an engine, because what he's thinking is probably a lot closer to what the players are thinking. But then, yeah, if you give someone like Svidler the engine, and I think generally he likes doing it. I think generally he likes doing commentary without the engine, as far as I've seen. But sometimes, you know, it's just forced onto him. They're like, no, you have to use the engine, right? And so when he is using the engine, then it's just like it kills a lot of the creativity in the commentary because he's just looking at what the engine says, and then it's not really. And look, guys, I promise you, there are many positions where the engine says one thing, but a human probably thinks about the position a different way. They think all the practical chances are with one side, even though the engine likes the other side. And a lot of times the human like intuition, I think, is ends up scoring better in practice. That's why you see a lot of these King's Indian positions that are like, you know, the engine says white has a big advantage or whatever, but then black ends up scoring better in practice. It's just like the practical chances. Chess is still a game played between two humans, and the engine is just like giving its opinion based on just like calculating a bunch of random directions, but it's not like fundamentally understanding the the practicalities of a position. But see, the whole thing, like using the engine, using the eval bar without the moves, to me, like that's honestly the my least favorite. That's my least favorite choice. Like I think that the best option is when the commentator is just using no engines and just looking at the board and just giving their own thoughts, what they think is happening. Then okay, if you're gonna use the engine, at least see what moves the engine is giving, so then you as a human commentator can decide whether these moves are relevant for the audience or not. Or maybe the engine line is this like crazy 12 move variation that no one's going to find. And then it's like, okay, well, we all see the engine says black is winning, but let me tell you guys, it's like actually a very crazy line, very difficult for humans to find this is what I think is more natural. That I think, okay, still pretty interesting commentary. But for me, the worst thing is when the commentator can see the eval bar going up and down, and then they have no idea why, and then they just start like guessing, like, oh, maybe h3 now wins here for whatever reason, maybe c5 now wins. Like they see like, oh, white has a win, like, oh, maybe white has some crazy move. And it's like, that's just not how chess works. And when you're playing a game, you don't see the eval bar, and then you just start looking for strong moves, right? But it's like the commentary just becomes a game of like guess the engine move, and it's just, yeah, I mean, maybe that's fun for other reasons, but it's not actually telling us what's going on like between the players. And it so often happens, it's like the commentators are saying one thing because they're influenced by the engine, and then the player shows up in the interview booth and they're like, they just played a completely different game than what everyone else. It's like the player's like, no, this is what we were thinking, this is the line, we thought this was a critical moment. And yeah, I don't know, usually the player's narrative of the game I think is going to be a lot more interesting than what the engine says. So that's why here, we're like, yeah, we're kind of against the eval bar. I mean, I'm not like against, using engines to like help you train and stuff. And we've had our long-standing debates on this channel about all that stuff already. But yeah, when you're watching a game, it really just kind of, just taints the output, because just the engine just tells you what to think. I mean, imagine you guys are watching a movie, and then there's a little eval bar that tells you when, like, you're watching a comedy, and then there's something that like tells you when something's about to be funny. It's like, oh, this is a funny moment. This is a funny moment. Look at, like, would anyone enjoy watching a movie like that where it like tells you every time there's like a funny moment ahead of time, and you're like, oh, I'm minute 17. Make sure you pay attention. There's a very funny joke. And then I move. On minute 40, there's also a very funny joke. Yeah, it's a great point by Rumpelstiltskin. There's this famous story of this game, Bernd Fischer. One of the best games ever. This beautiful game where Fischer wins on his way to winning the U.S. Championship 11-0. And in the position when Robert Byrne resigned, the commentators were looking at it, and they thought Fischer resigned. They literally thought Fischer was the one losing, because he had a rook for 2 pieces. His opponent had 2 pieces for the rook. But the reality is that his opponent is like about to get mated. And so that just added to like the beauty of the game. The fact that even the commentators like didn't even understand why the player resigned. That was just amazing. No, it wasn't the Evans Gambit game. It was a game that Fischer played as black. He was on the black side of, it's kind of like a Fianchetto Grunfeld. He like sacrifices his knight, and then the game finishes with this quiet move, Queen D7. And yeah, it was just a beautiful finish, beautiful game. The whole thing was, yeah, just one of the best games ever. Yeah, the eval bar is the laugh track of chess broadcasts. Exactly. Exactly. It's just like it tells you, yeah, like where to look, what to laugh at. Yeah, it kind of, cheapens the experience. I think it's a lot more interesting when you're just watching the game. Yeah, I'm just telling you folks, just try it. Especially when you're watching the game like with some friends and you guys are all like discussing the game and no one's using the engine and no one's like, again, the engine just taints your picture. Like when you watch with the engine, then it just becomes like, oh, well, here's the best move, and then let's see if he finds it. And then it's like no one's really thinking about what other moves might be played or what the players are thinking about. It's just like, oh, let's see if they play the engine move. Oh, they played it. Wow, he's so good. Oh, they didn't play it. Wow, he's so bad. Like, that's not that fun. Yeah. Yeah, Jesse's off playing OTB event. Right. No, don't get me wrong. We still disagree very much about like using engines with like openings and stuff. But okay, that's our own squabbles. Anyway. Yeah, so what's actually going on in this position? Oh man, it's a mess. It's a mess. That's the human evaluation. It's a mess. Black is up a pawn, but a lot of the pawns are weak. And so it's hard for black to make progress. But I think actually, I don't know, to me it looks like Fabi has great practical chances, yeah? Because I can see instances where the king gets in, right? Or the knight gets to the e5 square. And yeah, if this rook like ever reaches the second rank, black gets knight e3 or the king gets in, it's really, really dangerous. So yeah, but it's white to play. So he has a couple options here, like rook a6 definitely comes to mind. Just threatening to take this pawn with check. But I think black is threatening knight e3, knight takes g4 for the moment, right? So rook a6, then knight e3 check and takes here, and then I think white's whole construction kind of collapses. That doesn't look great. Let's say here, and then takes. White could take this one. Let's say here, white has to take. Yeah, black takes this one, right? Like king f3 gives this check. King goes somewhere. Takes this one. That's 3 pawns. It's close. It's close. So it definitely feels like really nice winning chances for black. But yeah, rook a6 I think is now unlikely. But that one looked close. I don't know the exact eval there. I still think it's going to be like a concrete thing, but definitely very good winning chances for black. Bishop d7, maybe another move. Because at least that gets out of the threat of knight e3. Oh, by the way, there was a question if there's a way to watch the players live. Yeah, so for OTB events, there is the official broadcast, which is twitch.tv/STL Chess Club. This is, of course, the unofficial official coverage, the unhinged, unfiltered, disrespect commentary. King f2 is also possible here for white. Yeah, not an active move, just getting out of the check. I was just starting more with the active moves just because that's always what you want to start with. But yeah, king f2 definitely makes sense. And then maybe black plays knight e3 anyway. We get kind of a similar thing. This e3 square is very painful, but I feel like the e5 square is even... That's why white might want to play bishop d7 earlier, because if king f2... Okay, king g2 played. But I was going to say, if some king move, then now black has time to move the rook and get the knight to e5. But I guess Hans's idea is to bring the king to h3 and try to put pressure on this pawn, which makes sense. But he is allowing knight e3 and knight takes g4. So I'm guessing he thinks king h3 takes, probably king takes, and then, yeah, it's hard to see how black keeps the extra material here. It looks like white is just totally fine. Maybe rook b5, rook a6. I think white is definitely holding this one. Yeah, at this point now they're down to 7 minutes each. Rook b5 played. immediately. So without trading. So now Fabi can pick up this pawn and then go knight e5 and defend the c-pawn. Then that's starting to look like an endgame he can win, because you get this past c-pawn and he can start pushing it. So Hans goes rook a4. Passive, but what else? Maybe got to defend the pawn. Yeah. Now both knight b6 and knight b2 are options, but I like knight b6 more because it covers, like knight b2, there might be rook a6. So knight b6. And then I guess rook a5 is the idea. Think rook a5. So if here, then this one, rook f5. King would have to go somewhere. Then at least white can start picking off pawns. But even something like this can really be dangerous because the c-pawn starts running and it's going to be tough. Rook a4, knight e5. Yeah, definitely possible. Then threatening this one. Absolutely. Looks very reasonable. Maybe king h3 I would try for white. Knight d3. And the nice thing is if the knight takes, it's kind of defending this one. So something like takes, and yeah, keeping the extra pawn is Fabi. Right? King is closer, right? C-pawn starts running. So definitely feels like he's keeping some real winning chances here. No, Streamer, we were watching the Women's Championship earlier. I mean, we're trying to keep an eye on as many games as we can, but yeah, these games in the US Championships definitely, yeah, a lot going on here as well. Also this game with Christopher. This game was super sharp, but somehow it seems like Lenderman managed not to get mated. I just quickly want to check out this one, and then we'll switch back to the Hans game. So bishop f3, king g1, g4, rook d5. No fear. So not worried about this one because white always has rook d8. So rook e8, queen d2. Snag this pawn. Rook d6, queen g7, and now rook d8. So Lenderman still has kept his extra pawn. Now he's forcing off the rooks. It's not easy, but yeah, with the rooks coming off, it feels like more and more white, I think, gets closer to winning. Yeah. Because if white can trade rooks and then trade queens, this b pawn is just a powerhouse. Bishop goes to f1, bishop g2. And it's very hard to stop the b pawn in the long run for black. So bishop c6. I think Christopher couldn't take here because queen takes with check and then queen h4. And black is just in big, big trouble. Yeah, so bishop c6 defending. But now minimum white can just take this one. And he's still up a pawn. He's got kind of the safer king because black's pawns are very advanced and very weak. So I think any bishop endgame is really tough for black because white has the outside extra pawn as well as just the chances to go after black's weak pawns here. So Lenderman in good shape, but they're down to their final minutes, so anything can still happen in this time trouble. Who knows? Fabi did go knight e5. Yeah, this looked very natural. Now I would expect king h3 from Hans. Let's see. Yeah, not really seeing a lot of other moves here. Yeah, this endgame is just so crucial. Also for the tournament standings, because both these players are on 2 points out of 3. And if Fabi wins this one with black, that's going to be a big statement. That's going to be a statement in and of itself. Like, he won't even have to release a statement. Lately, everyone's been releasing statements left and right, and there's statements about statements and statements about future statements. But if he wins this one, this game is going to be a statement in and of itself. Yeah, he won't have to give variations. I'm guessing he still will, but because he's Fabi, he always gives lines. But yeah, he won't. He won't have to. He won't have to. No one would blame him if he shows up to the interview and he's like, I think it was just a beautiful game, perfect game, no mistakes. So yeah, king h3, this was the move we were expecting. No, all kidding aside, yeah, Fabi's like post-game analysis is some of the absolute best, because I think he enjoys showing like these lines that he calculates, and he's often very, very accurate, and he shows some like really, really cool lines. And sometimes he just shares his prep, like sometimes he just shares lines from his like analysis when he plays like a cool idea. So yeah, I definitely. And now St. Louis, they started doing this thing where they just clip all the interviews. So if you go back, you can just watch the individual interviews from every round. I would definitely recommend just like going back and watching all of Fabi's interviews, because definitely, yeah, very, very instructive. Okay, so king g5, rook a8 played quickly. So I was kind of thinking, like, what about rook a5 here, right? Because the knight is hanging. But the issue here, I think, is that black just takes this one. Rook is defended. So take something like f3, king f4, and this f pawn, I think, just wins the game for black. So rook a8, rook takes b4 on the board. And now you can give a check. And it goes rook h8, going for the counterplay this way. Because rook g8 check, maybe just knight g6. Or king f6. And then black just wants to run with the c pawn. And this is looking very, very dangerous. Very dangerous. So rook h8 played. Now he could go knight g6. Check king f6. Yeah, no, exactly the problem says. Like, white's bishop has a very hard time dealing with this pawn, whereas the knight is just perfect. Yeah, so this is the kind of stuff it's like you get from humans. You don't always get this from engines, right? You see Fabi, you just like, this is the human understanding, right? You put the knight on e5, you just know this is the square for the knight, blockades the pawn, hits everything, supports the c pawn. You got knight d3 coming. You know, knight d3 is going to win the game at some point. c2, and the pawn is just going to promote and cost white a full rook. This is the kind of stuff you get from watching humans play. Anyway, 3 minutes for Fabi. I mean, I feel like it's time to just bring the king back. Maybe just king f6. But c5 is also not crazy. Maybe just... No, but there is a threat. Rook h5, rook f5. So this threat has to be respected. You can disrespect chess players, but you cannot disrespect the pieces, because the pieces will kill you, right? They don't care. They don't care. So king f6, Rook h5 on the board. Now threatening this one. Rook f5. Wow, you guys seem to know chess better than Fabi. More than impressive, guys. More than impressive. More than impressive. Okay, Rook h5. Still tons of winning chances. The question, knight takes g4. The problem is white's taking with the king. And then gonna keep the pawns defended and go after black's pawns. No, guys, the best thing was when Fabi and Christian were doing the podcast live, and they're analyzing some position, and it's like, Fabi, he's just like analyzing it, and then he leaves out some detail that's like, pretty obvious for a player, not just of his level. It's like pretty obvious for a player of like 2000 level, just like some very obvious tactic, right? And then chat is like telling him like, oh, there's this tactic, and he's like, yeah, thank you, chat. I mean, when I saw that, I was like, oh man, I'm done. When people are telling Fabi like chess moves and like trying to correct his analysis, like, oh man. All right, so Rook b5, but it's a good thing. Look, all sports, it's important for a sport to have its fans. Okay, fans are very important for a sport. Without fans, there's no sport, and fans don't always know stuff better than the players. They usually don't, but it's important for fans to act as if they know better, because that's the fun. That's what being a fan is. There's nothing more fun for me than to like watch a basketball game and just be like, man, this guy sucks, he should retire. That's fun. That's fun. And I understand that people want to do that for chess as well. And why should we restrict that from them? I get it. Yeah, I mean, I just get it. Like, that's just part of what being a sport is. In every sport, you're gonna have people that like criticize the players, even though they're themselves, not very good. But it's just like fan. You root for the players you like, and you don't root for the players you don't like, and it's not rational. It's not rational, but that's the whole point. None of it's rational, right? Just because you grew up in one city, not another city, doesn't mean you have to like root for one team or the other. They're all just made up teams. All the teams are made up, guys. So none of it's rational, but that's the whole fun part. That's what makes it fun. My thoughts on Levy. Levy's a friend. Yeah, if you're sitting there watching a sport and you're not thinking yourself, I could do better than these guys, then you're not a real fan. I'm sorry. The real fans are the people that are like, I could do better. Okay, so King e7. Fabi, he is running to the queen side. And I don't know. I mean, based on what the chat was saying, it sounded like he made a bad move according to the engine. I honestly don't know. That just sounded like what the chat was kind of hinting at. To me, it still looks like he has huge winning chances here, because this outside c pawn is extremely dangerous. So this is definitely a position where, especially in time trouble, I can imagine both players making lots of engine mistakes, because it's just a very difficult position to play with precision. But yeah, we'll see. I mean, it's going to get very sharp. I would say still like, I would say Fabi's winning chances here, maybe close to 50-50, like 50% win, 50% draw. That's just my intuition. No idea what's going to happen. Yeah, Levy and I actually played once in, I think it was like an IM Norm tournament in Canada a few years ago. And I won a nice game with black. It was a sharp game, but I had some nice tactics. But we only played the one time OTB. There have been a lot, MD Knight. There have been a lot, and each one has been funnier than the next. You know, I tell you. Okay, yeah, good questions, guys, from the chat. Definitely good questions here. So, how can black still win this? It's basically all about the c pawn here, right? The c pawn, it can run very, very quickly. Now, there's some issues with the knight, but yeah, for example, black wants to play f6 to defend the knight, and then just start running the c pawn, and then white's gonna have to figure out like how to stop this one, because we explained this earlier in the show. Pawns can promote and be very, very strong. And so, yeah, Fabi is able, and f6 is not the only plan, by the way. You can also try like king d6 and use the king as well. Of course, there'll be some checks, but the idea is that if the c pawn starts running, that's how black wins this. How important is the time pressure at this stage when they have so few possible moves to calculate? That's the thing, you know, even though there's fewer pieces on the board, I actually think this position is very complicated because there's enough options where both players can go wrong in many different ways, despite there being such few pieces. I mean, imagine this, guys. We have, like, you know, the most powerful engines now that we've ever had. The only positions that we know for sure, like, are solved positions, are positions with 7 pieces or less, maybe 8 pieces in some cases, right? And here we have more, quite a few more, right? So even like the world's strongest engines can't fully solve this position. But of course, it's even a completely different story when it's 2 humans playing, and humans are going to make mistakes, and they're not going to play with engine precision. So the time pressure is a big deal. Time pressure is a huge deal here because there's not enough time to calculate everything, and essentially both players are going to have to start playing on intuition. And some players have really good intuition in the endgame, like I would say like Magnus, like his intuition just seems to be off the charts, but without having a lot of time, this is where lots of mistakes can be made. Bishop h5, that was a move I wasn't even considering. Bishop h5. Well, he's putting pressure on this one. Of course, black still can't push the c pawn, but he can maybe think about f6 and then start advancing this one. So I'm not sure what the idea is after f6 here from black. Yeah, now they're just both down to essentially relying on the increment. There's not going to be any more new time, so they're going to get 30 seconds per move, but that's it. So they're stuck with this time. Yeah, big time trouble. 30 seconds for Fabi. I'm gonna keep the video feed open because yeah, he's down to 20 seconds. Oh man, both players nervous. Knight g6 played. We'll definitely keep an eye on the other game, but I think this one is very crucial for the standings. It looks like Lennerman is winning against Christopher Yu. He's got a second extra pawn, and I don't think his opponent has good counterplay. So Lennerman very likely winning. Whoa, big changes. What happened? Knight g6 takes, rook takes f4. Looks like they went for this rook endgame. I am very surprised by knight g6, actually. Was really expecting f6 here. I do wonder if Fabi thinks this is good. Yeah, he must. So takes, rook f4, g5 played, rook g4. And, I mean, I don't know. It's only one extra pawn, but these pawns are strong. But white is going to play f4 very soon and break up these pawns. So this is still very, very concrete. Very close to a draw for white here. Yeah, 30 seconds for Fabi. He's reaching. He's reaching. I mean, looks like king f6. Rook b3. I think white just goes rook takes g5. And takes, and this is totally fine for white. So rook g4, king f6. And now if he's allowed to play rook to b3, then that is looking really, really dangerous for white. Because then the c-pawn starts running and he can't get f4 in. But what happens if he plays f4 right now? Maybe black is giving check, taking. Does Fabi have enough time to win this? Well, definitely, yeah. They get 30 seconds per move. So 30 seconds is definitely enough time to convert a rook endgame. But it's not going to be easy. I can tell you guys, it's certainly not a straightforward position. But on f4, this feels critical right now. Rook b3. Say king goes somewhere. Takes. Takes this one, then maybe king g5. But maybe rook g3, actually. That's an interesting suggestion. But I'm not sure. Takes this one, right? And then takes, and this looks, this would be a draw. Okay, we have moves. f4 on the board. Yeah. I mean, looks like, that feels like the critical move. But now up to black to figure this out. Rook b3 looks like an idea. Played. King h2 on the board. So not allowing king g2, because then at least black gets h3. Maybe some extra options, or rook g3. Rook g3 I don't think is working, but king h2. Now maybe he'll repeat once. Rook b2 check. How is black winning this? Maybe it takes, right? I think takes in here. Looks very scary. Then check, king comes up. Okay, play rook b2 check. King h3. Now we'll probably see a one-time repetition here. Rook b3, is this on the board? Yeah, rook b3 on the board again. So I think we'll see king h2. Oh, another idea is to take and then go here. And run this one. That makes a lot of sense, actually. Yeah, that could be very dangerous for white. King h2 on the board. Yeah, now this is looking like the only winning attempt, because what else? Played. G takes f4. Now he has to take on f4 here, which he does. If he takes this one, then king e5, and here. All right, so take, rook takes f4. King e5 on the board. Yeah, g5 was kind of my first thought. But this h-pawn is not really going to win anything, right? White can go after this one, and this is going to be very hard for black. Like, if you do something like this, then you're just super, super passive. Very, very hard to make progress here. Got 5, for example. But let's go to the live position. So takes. Oh, we're missing moves here. We already have moves. King e5 was played. Rook takes h4. And rook e3. So Fabi, he did the right thing, I think. He brings his king to d4 so that he can actually win with the c-pawn. Look how far Hans's king is from the action. So Fabi might be squeezing this one out in the endgame. Looks like Lennerman just won against Christopher Yu. That was expected, but still a very nice game by Lennerman. No, he didn't flag, guys. The times are just not correct, as is usual. When you're watching a live game, a lot of times the clocks get messed up. But no, he still has a minute and a half on his clock. Yeah. But this is looking very, very tough for Hans because his king is just way too far. Because black is going to win this pawn, and then the c-pawn is running. So rook h6 played. Now I think we'll see c5. Then king coming to d4. Rook taking this one. Yeah, folks, it's looking really bad. Rook c3 played. Interesting. He played rook c3. I guess c5. He didn't like maybe this one. Actually, not sure. Why didn't he go c5? Yeah, Parker, to me it looks like very close to winning. Oh, whoops, sorry. Let me oh, yeah, this is the live position. So here he went rook c3. So he still wants to take this one with the king. And then the c-pawn starts running, and yeah, white's king is just very far away. So if he tries something like this, let's say here, black's king crosses. And yeah, I think white doesn't hold this. The pawn just runs, the king crosses over, and eventually you're getting, we're going to get the Lucina endgame. c5 loses to perpetual check. Think about what you just wrote. That's really funny. I don't know if that was intentionally funny, but just think about what you wrote. The rook c3. Yeah, that was good. That was good. Now what to do? I mean, I don't know. King g2 looks like the only try. You gotta just start bringing in the king. If white's king is far away, when black has... I mean, all you need is one extra pawn to win the game. At this point, a draw is a loss for Fabi. That's true. I would agree with that. King g2 played. King takes e4. Do I think rook c3 was to get the rook farther away? You know, maybe. I mean, eventually the rook would have to swing over. But yeah, I didn't see the concrete issue with this one. King g2, king takes e4. Yeah, I agree. I think this has to be losing for white. Do we usually watch from black's point of view? No, not usually. It's just because Fabi has been winning this game for some time. So generally I like to watch games from the winner's point of view, just because I like to see the technique, and I like to try to get. It's just more enjoyable to watch it from the winning side compared to the side that's trying to draw. Yeah, no, folks, I do think it's lost, but it's not like lost like he's not thinking about he's like done thinking lost. Like he's still very focused here and making sure that he doesn't make a mistake. It's not lost like he's got extra rook and he can just like blindfold, but it's lost. And I'm sure he knows it's lost. I'm sure both players do, but you still have to like one of the most important things is like maintaining your focus until the absolute end of the game. Because it's so easy to blow an endgame with one faulty move. It just goes beyond. Like you might even think like, oh yeah, I've blown a lot of endgames. No, you guys don't even know. It's like, there have been like world championships lost because of just like a tragic mistake in the end game that like you would think that these players would never make in a million years. It just happens. People lose focus. It's like a lot of pressure, a lot of money on the line. We're all human after all. Sometimes you just. No, I'm not even talking about Nepo. I mean, Nepo, no. I mean, okay, Nepo had a tough match against Magnus, but it's not like, no. I mean, he had some blunders in that match, but not like the ones I'm talking about. I mean, there was a world championship decided because one player blundered mate in two. like the Steinitz-Trigorin match. Trigorin was like winning the match, and then he blunders mate in two and loses. Yeah, so and all these players know. I mean, every top player I'm sure has had many games where they blew a winning position because they lost focus. So eventually you learn, like you just have to maintain the utmost focus. So yeah, king f2, c5 pushed. And I mean, the reason it is straightforward is because all black needs to do is advance the pawn and not let white's king get in front of the pawn, which at this point is pretty easy because the king is going to be boxed out. But of course you play this on as white because it's by no means clear cut. So I think they're going to make at least a couple more moves. But yeah, the chance that Fabi wins this, I think at this point is very high. Do I believe the bead conspiracy theory? No, I think that's an insult to conspiracy theories to even call it that. The bead thing was just like a Reddit joke that a bunch of people didn't realize was a joke. It's just like a meme. Yeah, no, the bead thing was just like a joke thing. Yeah. No, I mean, it was like a chessbrot thing, but I mean, I think he was literally like reading off of Reddit. But yeah, that's where the bead thing got some notoriety. But no, that wasn't a serious thing at all. That was. Shouldn't Hans resign at this point? No, I don't really understand that. No. Yeah, this is still a position where black can mess up. And as long as your opponent can still like reasonably mess up, I think you should play on. Like this is a position that I think most grandmasters can win, but can most of chat win this position? So no, I don't think it's. I think it's time to resign. But yeah, that beat thing, I mean, yeah, that was a tragedy because, of course, it was obviously a very funny thing. And there was a lot of, yeah, like publications that kind of, I mean, I don't think they thought it was real. I think they just didn't really care. You know, it's just like an insane headline. And so they just went with it. In fact, they probably thought it's not real, right? I think it's like not a very rational thing to believe. But it is what it is, and Hans did have that interview where he's like, I'll play naked if I have to. So they're allowed to quote him on that one. But what can you do, you know? I mean, it's fine. You know, it goes back to like the sports fan thing. It's like if you're a real sport, you're gonna have some real trashy publications just writing all kinds of nonsense about you, and that's just, you know, so if we want chess to be like a famous sport with lots of fans, that's just part of the thing. Yeah, so rook c7. Now black has to find a way to continue making progress. I think rook c2 looks good enough, and then you can play c3 and then bring the king over. King c1 also makes sense here, but I think it makes sense not to let white's king in too quickly. King d3, I'm sure, is perfectly fine as well. Rook c2 played. All right, we call that one. Reaching goes rook d7 check. Now I think you could go either way. Somehow I feel like he's gonna go king c3, king b2. Actually, no, I think king c1 and then c3. That looks clean. I don't know. Actually, now I'm changing. You know, guys, I could still mess this up with 30 seconds. Oh man, easily. King c3, king e1. Yeah, somehow king c3 feels safer just to hold on to the pawn. But now I think this is really over. Now I think you can even go rook h2. Yeah, now it's getting close to resignable. Because rook h2, you're just giving check, just advancing. Yeah, rook h2 played. Wow, now that I'm calling Fabi's moves, okay, now it's probably resignable. And the issue is that eventually the king is advancing, and then we're going to get the Cena position. I don't think Hans is actually going to make him play it out. I think he's going to resign before that point, because it's really Lucina is definitely at that point we can say a trivial endgame for players of this level. And yeah, no, big win for Fabi, because he's going to be on 3 out of 4. And a big win to beat Hans with black. But I'll remind you folks, Fabi also defeated Hans at the Sinkfield Cup with black just last month, right? So it's a big win, but yeah, I mean, clearly there's still a difference in class here. Made a 1600 that wasn't certain on Lucina. No, I mean, excuse me. Yeah, there's players well over 2,000 that aren't certain about the Lucina. Don't worry about that. But yeah. No. I mean, oof. There's a lot of folks out there, they don't really practice their endgames. What happens is people, they watch one video on the Lucina endgame, they're like, okay, now I know that what Lucina is. I'm sure it makes sense. Yeah, build a bridge, sounds good. And then they have to play it over the board, and they just mess it up, immediately panic, they just scramble the rook, they don't know what to do with anything. It's just going crazy. It's just how it goes. King c2. Yeah, now this is essentially gone. d2 check. Not sure if there's a specific idea here. I think pretty much any king move is winning. No, folks, I mean, Lucina endgame, very important, but the thing is you have to practice. And this is like one of the biggest like points of the dojo training program. Sorry for the quick shameless plug, but it's like it's you don't know an endgame until you've actually played it out several times against a human. Even playing against an engine often is kind of not that useful because the engine knows it's losing anyway, and it might defend in very strange ways. Whereas humans, they often find like the most stubborn or the most tricky way to defend. So another reason why playing against humans is generally better than sparring against engines. But yeah, if you want to actually feel comfortable with an endgame, and I do this like with all my in-person students, I force them to like play it out over the board, right? You say you know how to do it, like you got to prove it. You got to play it out. You got to like beat a human over the board, or in your case, you can play online. You can play out this end game. You have to demonstrate that you can do it because it's like really, it's like hand memory. It's not about just like understanding. You have to understand the position, but also you need to practice. You really need that practice because you're gonna have to play out the end game with like a minute on your clock, 30 seconds on your clock, thousands of people, millions of people watching, right? It's a high stress scenario. All right, now we're going to see Fabi, and there is the handshake. It's just resigned because Lucina is coming now. It's really trivial from here. Let me play out like the approximate finish for folks that are fed up with hearing the word Lucina over and over again and not knowing what anyone's talking about. So Hans resigned here. The reason he resigned is because he has no way of stopping Fabi from, let's say, putting the rook on d7, advancing the king, advancing the pawn, eventually evacuating the king and promoting the pawn. So we're going to get a really quick 1-minute explanation here. So let's say the best thing white can do is to try and keep black from advancing the pawn. Black is still going to be able to do it. Let's say rook e7 check first to cut the king. Let's say king goes here. Black starts advancing. White gives a check. Keep advancing the king. White attacks the pawn. You keep pushing the pawn. And now let's say white makes this move rook to b8, keeping the king from being able to escape. Now, if you try to escape with the king right away, the issue is that the opponent is going to give a lot of checks with the rook, and black is not going to be able to promote the pawn because black is in check, right? So white just keeps giving lots and lots of checks, and black has nowhere to hide except for in front of the pawn, right? And then white can come back here and cover this one. Now you might say, well, how about rook d7 and then you stop this one, right? And then you can maybe bring the king out. Well, then white puts the king here and prevents you from getting your king out. And now what to do? Yeah, so this is where someone named Lucina came up with a technique, or eventually this technique was named after them, where you bring the rook up to the 5th rank, and then you eventually build a bridge so that the king can come out. So first you start with kicking white's king off of the file. If the king goes here, then king d1, and black just promotes, and it's game over. Okay, white can try a little last chance trick, and many games have been lost, although here it doesn't even work. Doesn't even work. So the king is forced to step away so that if the king walks out, white can still keep giving checks. And then black makes this key move, rook to e5. Rook e4 not as clean because then the king can attack the rook, right? But rook e5, the rook goes to the 5th rank, and now the plan is for the king to eventually sneak out and be able to stop the checks with the enemy rook. So, for example, white, let's say, waits. Now the king can come out, threatening to promote. White will have to give checks, and eventually the king can escape all the way out to the 4th rank. White gives rook c7 check. Black can demonstrate the bridge with rook to c5. Here we can see why it is so important to make sure that the king is as far away from the pawn as possible. If the king was on e2, then white would just trade rooks, play king d2, and pick up the pawn. But here the king is too far. White has run out of ways to be able to stop the pawn. Okay. And let's say white did something here, like rook c8, for example. this is where a lot of players get confused. They like learn this one line, like, oh, king c4 and then I can block. But then the opponent just defends in a slightly trickier way, just goes rook c8, and now they're like, oh wait, what do I do here? And then so many times I've seen players get this position, and then they go king d2. They're like, oh, let me try to promote the pawn, rook d8 check. It's like, oh, where are you going, buddy? Where are you going? So no, instead there's different ways of winning it. I think the simplest is rook e4, and then building the bridge on the 4th rank. And now white has no way of stopping the pawn. Is Chess better than chess.com? What does that have to do with anything? Okay. So that's the Lucina. Now someone was asking why not rook d2 check. The problem is the king goes to e1, and black's king still has no way of getting out. That's the whole issue here for black, is that when white sets up this defense, white is trying to keep the king from being able to escape. So that's why it's first important to start with the check to kick the king away. If the king steps onto the d file, then the king is getting in the way of its own rook. So the king goes to d1, and then black is promoting, so the king is forced over. And then this is where you get this key technique of setting up the rook so that you're ready to build a bridge. There are other ways to win as well. Like, for example, you could start with this move here, starting with the 5th rank move, and then give the check, and then walk out with the king. This also is just as good. But it's important not to like memorize the moves, but to understand conceptually what you're trying to do. Because then if the opponent defends in a little bit different way than you expected, you can still figure out how to win, and you're not just relying, don't London system the endgames. Okay, guys, do you understand what that means? Don't London system it. So don't just try to like remember specific moves, and then in every endgame you're trying to play rook e7, rook e5 because you saw one idea where this was winning, right? So don't London system it. You still have to try to understand the endgame conceptually. Okay, now we're all on the same page. Let's see, are there any games left in the U.S. Women's Championship? Oh, there's one endgame here. So let's open up this one just because this game is still live. Yeah, on that note, don't London system the opening stage of the game either, folks. Why is it called building a bridge? I think it just kind of resembles the bridge where it's like the rook is kind of bridging between white's king and the enemy rook, and then allowing the pawn to advance. I don't know exactly like where it got the name, but we just don't question it. It's like the Sicilian dragon. It's like, where did the dragon get its name? Well, the Sicilian dragon gets his name because when I was a kid, I was taught that this structure resembles a dragon. And it's like, you just don't question it, guys, okay? That it looks like a dragon, and you just don't question it. That's where sometimes names come from. Yeah, it's obviously a dragon. Everyone sees it, okay? And so you just don't question these things. So the rook endgame thing, that looks like a bridge as much as this looks like a dragon, I would argue. Anyway, let's get back to this. I mean, this endgame is crazy. I mean, what's happening here? Alice Lee is down the exchange, but she's got 2 passed pawns. Black has a C. Without the C pawn, I would say, oh man, it's very scary for black because white's going here and then advancing the F pawn. But with the C pawn, actually, I think it's very, very unclear. Feels like black is might be okay because as soon as king A7, there's king C7. And then the pawn is going to be hanging with a check. So F7. Yeah, I don't quite see how black loses this. Let's say rook can go like between F8 and... Or no, actually it's just an instant draw, right? King E7. Let's say here. If black wants, they can just take and push. and forced a draw. Right? Now, wrong color bishop doesn't really matter here. If, let's say, we took this pawn off the board, white would be completely winning. Because there eventually, let's say you just put white's king on g6, black's king would have to get out of the corner, right? Get out of the square, and then white would just promote the pawn. So the wrong color bishop thing, that's only for rook pawns, because then the king actually gets stalemated. Here, black's king doesn't really get stalemated unless white puts the king on f6. But here the king just gets zugzwanged out of the f8 square. Oh yeah, it looks like they just made a draw. I think we went down this exact line. Yeah, king e7 takes, push, takes, and game agreed, drawn. Okay, so let's see what happened in this one overall. Let's switch to the multiverse view. So that was the last game. Looks like Anna Zatonsky won against Megan Lee. That's kind of a big win. Tadev won against Sabina. So 2 wins in a row for Tadev. Good for her. Nazi drew that game against Begum. Jennifer won. Irina won. Okay. Okay, very good. Very good. Sophie actually been struggling so far. I think lost the second one in a row today. Lost yesterday to Bruyang, tough game, and then lost today to Jennifer Yu. Both games with black. But still, 9 rounds left. So full 9-round tournament to go from here. Lol, Hans is in like 10th place now. That's so funny. What place are you in, Red? Red 2. That's so funny. I mean, 10 out of 14, not bad for first U.S. championship. Anyway. Let's go to the open section. Final roundup. Looks like Levon drew with Robson. Fabi, the big winner. So he takes the clear lead, I think, with 3 out of 4. Lenderman deals a big blow to Christopher Yu. And yeah, Wesley So also won a very nice game against Shankland. Okay, folks, I think that's going to do it for our stream. Looks like all the games are done. And, you know, they might interview Fabi soon. So, let's do this. Let's raid the St. Louis Chess Club. You guys will get a chance to watch the Fabi interview. And then hopefully I will see you guys back tomorrow. Same time, same place. This has been the unofficial, official 2022 U.S. Chess Disrespect Championships. The unhinged, unfiltered, chess.com official, unofficial commentary partnership with ChessDojoLive. What was the best game of today? That's a good question. I thought Lenderman played a great game, actually. Lenderman's game was very, very instructive. Wesley's game really, really exploded towards the end, but don't feel like it was like the best played game from start to finish. But he had a very nice exchange sack. And then the Hans Fabi game, I mean, that was just a big battle. That was just a huge battle. But in terms of like the instructive quality, I don't know. I like the Lenderman game. I think that was the one. All right, folks. I will catch you all tomorrow. Don't forget to follow the channel. By the way, did we make 24,000 followers yet? Oh, guys, we're right on the money. 24,000 followers according to the live count here. That's awesome. Well, thanks everyone for following. Please, no more following. Do not follow the channel if you haven't already. Do not follow the channel. We're at a cool 24,000. Guys, what are you doing? What? Someone just followed. Unbelievable. All right, someone unfollow the channel. But do join the Discord. We got a very active Discord community. Very, very supportive, especially if you guys are interested in chess improvement and looking for training partners. Definitely check out the Discord. Check out our YouTube channel as well. Also, we have a website, training program, all kinds of stuff. Anyways, we're going to raid the St. Louis Chess Club. And yeah, catch you all next time.